Hello, hello, hello. Hi, guys. All right. So I feel like I've been live all day today, but let me go get some. I want some ice. Okay. Drink your water. Be responsible. All right. Okay, guys. This is Hello. Would you be able to put the last video of plus three? It goes back up on. It'll go back up tomorrow. It'll be unprivate tomorrow. I have to rewatch it. Well, I'm already rewatching it, but I put in timestamps on it, so it'll be live tomorrow. Okay. I think I texted you and told you that as well too. All right. So welcome to Jupiter Occult. This is um Intuitive Talks, season 9, episode 2. All right, season 9, episode 2. And we are talking about so the title of this uh that's so cute. So this live is about Ma Kali, right? And how she freed me from black magic, and how you guys can also, you know, come through black magic as well too, like get through black magic as well. um I'm gonna like tell you guys what I did to overcome the spell work that was placed on me and my family. I'm gonna give you guys, tell y'all about, what it was that was done to me. I'm not gonna get all the way into details, y'all. I'm not gonna get all the way into details because I've been on YouTube for a long time, and I feel like I've been telling my story since I've been here. I've been telling my story since I've been here. Um, and yeah, but I want to tell y'all how the Divine Mother helped me, how Callie Mine helped me get through it, and what she did and what she's doing. And also, I'm gonna tell you guys like what she does, what she did to my enemies, um, my oppositions, and yeah. All right. So first, I am going to invoke the Divine Mother into this live. Jama Kali, Jama Durga, bow to Sri Sai, may peace be with all. Mother Meera, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay. Um, so I'm Alexis, right? You guys should already know that, but if you don't, I am Alexis. And I am a daughter of Kali. All right. I am a daughter of Kali, the Divine Mother. I am a daughter of Shati of Durga. I am, I am, right? I am. So I am 38 years old. And hi, beautiful. Hello, hello, hello. I'm 38 years old, and I am a healer. I am a medium. I am a sister, a friend, a mother, a wife, somebody's daughter, in real life. Like, I mean, not real life, but I'm somebody's daughter out there. Okay. I'm a couple people's daughters out there. And I'm a survivor of black magic that was passed down generational, right? It was passed down generational. It was also um passed along, not generational, okay, from my past life. All right. So I decided to make this video because I am actually black magic free. For the what I can really think of, for the first time ever in life, in my adult life, I am actually black magic free. My family is black magic free. And yep. And so it's been really good. And so this particular message that I'm sharing, these things that I'm going to be sharing in this live, I thought about how I wanted to share them without all of the extra drama. Okay. Now, I'll start with, do I want to start with generational stuff? Okay. So I'll give you guys my story. Actually, I wrote something. So let me just kind of follow my script. Let me follow my script. That way I stay on task, right? I, I wrote something. Okay. So this particular episode is very sacred, and I'm sharing how I survived real black magic attacks, not just on me, but on my family, and how I broke free through the grace of my gurus, my Ishta divas, Kali Ma and Durga, in the divine presence of Mother Meera. Okay. I'll walk you through one, how to recognize the signs of spiritual warfare, what mantras and practices and protection I use, and what devotion to Divine Mother, and why the devotion to the Divine Mother saved me, and how no darkness can touch me now. All right. I Okay, so this live is for anyone walking through spiritual warfare. This is going to be your light, all right? For anybody that is experiencing spiritual warfare, spiritual attacks, black magic attacks, curses, hexes, um, or even if you don't even know what any of that is, and it's just heavy on your end, most likely it is a black magic attack. Okay, most likely it is a curse. All right, so let's start with how to recognize the signs of spiritual warfare. Right, the first sign of spiritual warfare is mental fog. That's the very first sign of spiritual warfare, mental fog. Not having clarity in departments that you know you should have clarity in. Okay. You know that this is something that you wanted to go and do. This is something that needed to be done. And where you would normally not procrastinate, you find yourself procrastinating. Okay. Um, so I'm gonna share stories, right? I'm gonna share stories. I am going to. I'm gonna share stories. Right. So the far back as I can remember, right? Far as back, well, I remember everything, but let's share like stories, black magic attacks from quote unquote friends. All right. So I had a friend that I grew up with, right? I had a friend that I grew up with. We were very close, practically shared clothes, shared mothers, shared houses, shared cars side by side. Um, and it wasn't until like maybe I got to high school and I start experiencing a lot of jealousy, like a little, like little things being said towards me that started making me feel a little insecure, right? Or it was supposed to make me feel insecure. And I would notice like you know, this particular girl, it was more so like black magic being done not just from her but also from her mom as well too. So I would notice that her mother would put us like in competition with each other, and so when it would just be me and her, like sometimes, you know, we'd be like, that's just, you know, that's like, she understood her mom at first, like, that's just my mom. You know how my mom is. You know, she don't like you or whatever the case is. And I didn't understand, me being a child, I didn't understand why her mom didn't like me, considering that me and her were very close, extremely close. And I really didn't understand why she didn't like me. You know, I was a student that got good grades. I wasn't particularly into boys. I didn't have a cell phone, so it wasn't like back then the day where, you know, you can go through your kids' messages and you be like, oh, that little girl is fast or anything like that. I didn't even have a cell phone for a very long time. I didn't have a cell phone. And actually, being an adult, even now, like my phone is always somewhere else. I always had a house phone. Okay. So I wasn't one of those kids. I had a house phone and I was outside. I wasn't around a lot of boys. I was like one of those kids that I really played. Now, I was among the adults, but I was among the adults in my family, not around other people, you know, adults or anything like that. I was up under my mother a lot and like my sisters and stuff, right? Because I'm the youngest out of all the kids. And so I didn't understand why this woman didn't like me. And so my mother, this is one of the generational curses, is there's a line of drugs in our family. So my mother didn't do drugs, but you know, my mom and my dad were big time drug dealers, right? We didn't lack for anything. Big time drug dealers though, okay? The community lacked. We didn't. And so my mother and my father had went to jail. And I was in the 7th grade. Maybe I was in the 6th grade, or I was in the 7th. It was the end of 6th grade going to the 7th. And my mother and my father had went to jail. And so this friend that I had, I was like, I wanted to go live with them because I knew that I can get to school. All I cared about was school, okay? I had 3.5 and up. 3.5 and up. I studied. I was really somebody that I had plans, okay? I had different plans when I was younger. I was like, I'm going to go to college. I wanted to go to boarding school at one point, okay? And so I was like, I'm going to go live with her and her daughter because I know I can get to school. And you know, me and this girl, we were really close. And when I went to go stay with her, it's almost as if like things change. Now, you know, somebody would say, well, that's just normal when you're kids and then you go live with somebody that is the only child and then you're the baby or whatever the case is. But when I say like I was always around this girl prior to, this girl tried to poison me while I stayed with them. She would, you know, hold my mail from my mom. I thought my mom wasn't writing me while she was locked up and stuff. And then one day, I don't know what I did. And I was looking for something. And I lift the bed up, like the mattress up. And I'm looking for something. And I think something had fell. And I found all my mom letters under the mattress. The crazy part is that this woman also knew that this was happening. You know, like she knew that she was holding my mail. I knew she knew she was holding my mail because I would actively talk about, you know, not seeing my mom, not hearing from my mom. I would say that in front of this woman. So she had to have known that her daughter was holding my letters because the woman is the one that checked the mailbox. And I guess she give the letters to her daughter and her daughter's supposed to bring them to me. I don't know how it went. But every weekend I would go home to my sister's house. And so while I was there, I caught that like the mother name was Juanita, right? The mother name was Juanita. I'll say the mother name, but I won't say the little girl name. But her name was Juanita. And I called that Juanita's Place to Hell. because it was just like dark energy in there. And they will always talk about like, I won't say my name, but Alexis, like, you should marry a white man. Like, make sure you marry a white man. They'll take care of you and stuff like that. Like, this is, we're in the 7th and 8th grade. They're like, make sure you marry a white man and stuff. You'll get taken care of. And you know, okay, so I'm from 7 Mile and Charmers. Okay, I'm from 7 Mile and Charmers. So I'm just looking like, what are y'all talking about? Like, everybody over there is black. I'm gonna marry me somebody black, okay? And it was just so crazy. Like, they were very racist, but they're black. But they were very racist. And it just was very manipulative and evil in that house, right? So that's the very first and I remember having like nightmares. I didn't sleep right. Okay, so this is spiritual warfare. I wasn't sleeping good all throughout my middle school years. I really didn't sleep good. I don't even remember sleeping. I literally stayed on my toes living in this house. So when the little girl tried to poison me, that's when I told my sister about it. And that's when my sister was like, oh, hell no. So the girl ended up getting a restraining order on me and my whole family and stuff, right? It ended up being like a whole big brawl. She went to go drop me off. I had told my sister about it prior to. And the fact that that they was holding my mother's letters and stuff like that. And my sister is, my older sister was crazy, okay? So they said the devil was using them. Absolutely. So I did forgive them. So yeah, so they end up getting a restraining order and all that stuff on them. But this was the first sign of spiritual warfare that I can, if I go back, that I know that I experienced as a, in my mindset, right? And it's so crazy because that family was they went to church, they prayed. When we would sit down, even the day that they tried to poison me with rat poison, the day that they tried to poison me with rat poison, we prayed over the food that day. Okay? Now, I am not sure if any of my food was ever tampered with before that. I just know that that particular day, something told me, like, the little girl was cooking. She was making that rice that comes in the bag, right? Like rice aroni, not rice aroni, because rice aroni comes in a box, but it's like I think it's by Knorr, Knorr or something like that, right? And she was making that bag of rice. And to this day, I don't eat that. I do not eat that bag of rice. I don't cook it for my kids. We don't buy it or anything, okay? I just don't. I'll just make my cheddar rice from scratch, okay? But I remember that she was cooking it, and I came in the kitchen, and her mom came in the kitchen, and she was like, Alexis, you want to try this? And I was like, I'll wait till you're done or whatnot. And she was like, try it. She kept trying to get me to try it. So her mama was like, I'm going to try it. And she smacked the spoon out her mama's hand. But when she smacked the spoon out of her, I'm like, why you do that, right? And so I started cleaning it up. She was like, oh, I ain't mean to do that. And so I started cleaning it up. So when I went to bend down, I seen rat poison. I seen like a bag of rat poison. Now, we didn't have any mouses. They didn't have any bugs or anything like that. So, I'm like, why the fuck we got rat poison? Like, what the fuck this rat poison? So I just put it in my head, but then I'm like, oh, this bitch tried to poison me. And so later on, it's like everything was coming out, right? Like, spirit has a real way of showing, exposing these entities, dark energies around you, the devil working and playing in your energy. They have entities, okay? They have ways when you are who you are, right? So that was the very first attack, right? I was in the 8th grade at that point. So I went to go stay back with my sister. Life is lifing. I'm sure that I experienced a lot of spiritual warfare between that time and high school. I know that I did because I also am a survivor of sexual abuse. Okay. I am my victims, everybody that has, I mean, I said my victims, I'm sorry, my attackers, right? I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. Oh, okay. I don't know what that means. And so I'm not even gonna let that be on my page. You gotta take the time out and think about how you putting that on here. Right. So all my abusers, anybody that has ever tried to attack me, they have they get they ass whooped. At the end of the day, they get their ass whooped, okay? And it's because I have literally been protected. Now, when I was in the 11th grade, right? So I was about 16 or 17 years old, right? I stayed on this street named Baldwin, right? I stayed on the street named Baldwin. And I don't remember the whole ordeal and what happened, but I remember this was a very older house. And I remember a woman came to me in the bathroom, right? A spirit guide came to me in the bathroom. And I just started screaming at the top of my lungs. This is not the first time that I've seen a ghost or anything like that. But she scared the shit out of me. I'm in the bath. She came through a mirror, right? And I'm screaming, I'm screaming, I'm screaming. My sister comes and she's like, what's happening? And I'm like, you don't see that woman right there? And she's like, no, right? Maybe about a couple weeks later, our house burned down. The only room that caught fire was my room. Okay. The fire started downstairs in our library and it went up to my room. My room was the only room that caught fire. Now, at the time, I had a evil ass auntie living with us. This lady did not like me. I did not like her. One of her sons had sexually assaulted me when I was younger. I told her, she beat the shit out of me. She told me I was lying, and I at the time I never forgave her. Now she has brain cancer, and so we just gonna move on from that, right? So this is a way that the enemy has always tried to take me off of my path, right? Now, fast forward, right? As an adult, and I'm in my purpose and I know what I'm doing, right? So, in the most recent years, all right, in the most recent years, now y'all, I have been practicing and being on my spiritual journey since 2008, right? 2008. This is the year after I had my oldest son, the one that has transitioned due to black magic, okay? And then this is the year before I had my now oldest alive son, right? So 2008, my sister, she says, let's go do the sacred woman journey, right? Under, the guidance of someone that practiced with Queen Afua. So she said, let's go do the sacred woman journey. And I'm like, at first, I'm like, why? And then she gets me the book, which is crazy. I always lend this book out. I buy it and I lend it out. I buy it and I lend it out. And nobody ever returns it. Okay, nobody ever returns it. I just went to somebody's house and seen my book. I was like, I should take my book, but I ain't take my book. Okay, I let them have it. They need it. They might be called to it. I don't know. Whatever. Anyway, so the sacred woman journey, right? So we do the sacred woman journey, and as we're doing the sacred woman journey, something begins to open up in me, that is calling me onto my purpose of being a healer, of being a medium. I'm seeing more and more spirits. The more I clear out my house, I started with my closets. Actually, I started with my closets. And when I started cleaning out my closets, because we tend to pack things into our closets so that our house can look and appear neat and beautiful and all that stuff, right? But I started throwing things out of my closet. It's almost as if I started unpacking things that I have been carrying for years and that had spiritual attachments to them. And so this is one thing that I did to clear up spiritual attachments. I cleaned out my closets. I cleaned out my pantry. I cleaned out my closets. I cleaned up under my bed, behind my bed, my hallway closets, all closets. Okay, start with your closets. Start with your closets. All right, and so now I'm a woman, right? And I met my husband. So fast forward, all right? Fast forward. I'm on a sacred woman journey. I met my husband in 2014 or 15, right? And when I met him, I'm trying to figure out how to say this. I wasn't one to be like, oh, that's my husband, right? I was already had been married to somebody. Okay. And so I was like, I'm not gonna get married again. I'm not gonna get married again. I don't want to do that. That's not what I want to do, right? But he kept persisting that we was meant to be together. So I had a yes, baby. How long about the boudin? The boudin? Like 30 seconds. So I had a mediumship done, right? My father had transitioned a few years, like 2 years before I had met him. And I had a mediumship where I wanted my dad to come through, right? I wanted my dad to come through. And so I'm talking to this lady, and this is the only person that probably has done a good mediumship for me, right? Kinda, because I wanted to talk to my dad, but spirits decide whether they're gonna come through or not, right? And within doing this work, I've noticed that my dad only talks to me and my kid only talks to me. If I book a mediumship with somebody, neither one of them are coming through. Okay, neither one of them are coming through. They're gonna sit there, they're gonna watch. I can feel their presence in the room, but they're not gonna come through. The medium will acknowledge that my dad and my mother, my dad and my mother, that my dad and my son are there, but they're not speaking. They always say that, but they're not speaking. You have two males in the room, but they're not talking. I'd be like, I know. Okay. So, I had did a mediumship, and I had wanted my dad to come through, and his mom came through, right? His mom came through. And when his mom came through, she told me so much, which is crazy because I never knew this woman. She transitioned before I even knew him. Okay, she had transitioned in 2007, but she had told me so much about my journey. Okay, and she was like, this woman didn't know you in the physical, but she knows you. She's very familiar with you in the spirit. And I'm just like, what woman? And at this point I had cousins that transition. I have aunties that have transitioned. And I'm like, this got to be like an auntie or a cousin or something that's giving me my life. And she was like, no, she is related to your husband. And I'm like, I don't have a husband. And she was like, she's saying she's related to your husband. I'm like, I don't know who this could be because I don't have a husband, right? And so we're gonna keep that candle there. And so I'm like, who's my husband? And she was like, well, if you don't have a husband, then you need to marry your boyfriend because that's your husband. And I'm like, marry my boyfriend because that's my husband. And then she told me something about me being a medium and how I needed to focus on that. And then she also, told me about some people that would be transitioning and that was sick. All right. So, fast forward. Right before me and my husband decided that we were going to get married, right? Well, not right before, but yeah, I right before we decided we were going to get married. Now, we've been together. Like I told y'all, I'm the person that said, I don't want to be married. I don't want to be married. I don't want to be married, right? I was like, I don't want to be married. It took me a long time to get unmarried. That's another part of spiritual warfare. They will hook and chain you to people that you don't want to be with, right? And it took me a long time to get unmarried from my first husband. I had filed for divorce like 4 times and paid that $356. But every time he wouldn't give me a divorce. I even made it, I said, I don't want anything. I'm not going to ask for any child support. I don't believe in child support. I believe that, if you take care of your kids, you take care of your kids. It's between you and God, right? So I was like, I don't, I just don't want to be married. I don't want to do that. So we can be common law married. That's what I was telling my husband. I was like, we could be common law married. And then right, right before he was asking me. Now, I'm going to give you guys the most recent spiritual warfare the story about the most recent spiritual warfare. So, in the midst of all of that, right? I am doing mediumships. I am doing my psychic readings. I'm doing all of this stuff, right? And so I'm doing all of that stuff, right? And I was like, those are familiar spirits, sweetheart, not your actual family members. I don't know what that's to. But I'm doing all of that stuff, right? And I'm on the internet. Now, I also did not want to be on the internet. I did not want to be on the internet. I was like, I what I'm doing on the internet is separate from what I'm doing in real life. I always try to keep them separate. I've been on Twitter for a very long time. I use Twitter as a online diary. I was like, nobody's gonna know me because I was shadow banned for going off on what's his name? What is that man's name? Charlemagne the God. I was shadow banned a long time ago. So I have a couple famous people in my family. So me going off on them online shadow banned me a long time ago. So I use Twitter as a online um diary. I just go in there and I say whatever I want. So I never was one that was like, I'm going to do spiritual work online. But Spirit had guided me to start doing spiritual work online and to clean my act up, right? So, y'all, in 2021, right? 2021, I'm online, I'm doing spiritual work, and I start getting spiritually attacked by another person that wanted to, create content, I guess, right? That wants to be a tarot reader. She started stealing from my Twitter and coming on to YouTube, right? And then she started doing black magic, like distance black magic. I didn't know who she was. Complete stranger. I still don't know. Complete stranger, right? Complete stranger. And this woman is constantly attacking me. Constantly attacking me. I started feeling it because so many people around me was in tune with her, was watching her, and I didn't know. Like, I had friends that watched her, well, quote unquote friends that watched this person, right? Um, people would send me her stuff, but like I told y'all, I was never one to, and I don't know if I said this on this video, but if y'all know me, I don't watch other tarot readers for real, for real. I don't do that. I don't watch them, because I don't want our messages to cross. I don't want to be in their energy, and I don't want them in my energy. So I pick up on things when people are saying them, right? I pick up on the energy that they're reading from. And I'm just not here to fuck around, okay? I'm here to help heal. And so I really never got into watching other tarot readers. Now, what I do watch is I watch like spiritual educational videos and stuff like that. And I've taken classes and lessons and stuff on how to really focus in with the divine. Okay. And so at the time, it's like two things going on. So I'm going to the occult college, right? I'm going to the occult college. I have to be honest and I have to be transparent here about black magic, okay? Very honest and very transparent here. So I'm going to the occult college. The teacher that I was learning from withheld a lot of information. So they were helping us open up and go through portals and channel, right? And so I opened myself up to receive spiritual communication. I did. I opened myself up to receive spiritual communication. However, the teacher that I was under left out a lot of stuff. He didn't use discernment. Okay. He left out a ton of stuff when it comes to channeling with Kali Ma, when it comes to working with the Divine Mother, working with these entities. I'm gonna be honest, like I feel as if, he was all about his money. It did cost me a lot to, be up under him and stuff like that. I learned a lot, yes, but as someone that is out here teaching now, I know what to share and what not to share and how to use discernment. And I'm not going to let anybody stop me from using discernment, right? So, a lot of people out here, they get online. A lot of practitioners get online and they don't use discernment when it comes to working with spirits. I don't work with dark entities. Now, my teacher did work with dark entities, so I don't know what he was doing on the back end. But I do know that all of his students, a lot of his students experience black magic attacks. Not from him, but from other people because we were so open. But this is how our harvesting works. This is how harvesting works. There will be someone that is on the back end that you don't even know is doing what they doing on the back end. And then you have little people that come in and try to do this, right? So there was a tarot reader, right? I think she was like kind of just getting started as well too. Real popular now, right? Real popular now. And so she so basically she sent out black magic attacks against my relationship, and she was stealing from me, like stealing the things that I say on YouTube, right? I mean, not on YouTube, stealing the stuff I say on Twitter and bringing it onto YouTube. She was also, harvesting my energy and stuff and destiny swapping. Now, the thing was when I recognized it, I called her out. I called her out. But before I called her out, I actually went to her privately. I went to her privately and, we had a conversation and I told her, I said, hey, she was all into that twin flame stuff, right? She was all into the twin flame stuff. And if you go through my page, you will know who I'm talking about or whatever the case is, right? That's all she care about is like her twin flame. Still ain't in the twin flame connection, right? So she was trying to be my husband's twin flame, I guess. I don't know. Cause let her tell it, she doesn't know him. Let other people tell it, she doesn't know him. However, when she responded to me, she was when she responded to me publicly, because I publicly called her out on it and exposed her. um she was like, oh, your husband getting ready to leave you, and I don't care if that's your husband of whatever years, 10 years, 20 years, or whatever, he gonna be with me, right? And so I'm just like, girl, like, what are you, like, why are you even doing this, or whatever the case is? And so it took me a very long time to figure out, like, why this woman was attacking me. Now, in the midst of that, I've had other people come and try to play off of her spiritual attack so that they can, try to harvest from me and get something from me. I've had people, in the recent time, I've had people come up and try to read the energy between me and her, because I said I'm done with it. Like, she's nobody, or whatever the case is, right? And there's a community of people that are upset that I don't want to expose people that way, right? When you have the divine mother on your side and you truly break through black magic, you don't, you don't fuck around with the trash. You don't go digging through trash still. You get what I'm saying? And so that's really what it was. I threw the trash out and people was like, no, I'm bringing your trash back to your door. And I'm like, no, I don't want that trash. I disposed of her and all of that. I've showed facts, I've did that. And then Spirit just told me, like, you know what? People on the internet are kind of slow. People on the internet, they're slow. And a lot of people are under spiritual illusions. They're under spell work, them damn selves. So you don't have to keep trying to prove something to these people online, right? And so I got to the point maybe about a year ago, because this war went on for years. Y'all, I have been going through this. I'm not going through this. I had been going through this maybe since, like, you know what, let me just see. 2023. So I have been, my candle just clicked. I have been, going through that since 2023. I exposed her in 2023. 19 days after I exposed her, my son passed away from death magic. Okay? Death magic was sent towards me to kill me, and it hit my kid. And so this is what, black magic, when it's done towards you, your family, or whatever the case is, they're going to do that. Now, did she intentionally try to kill and unalive my son? No. No. But she wanted to harm my twin flame. And see, she romanticized the twin flame union. And so she thought it was going to be my husband that leaves me or that dies or whatever the case is, right? But my kid is my particular twin flame, okay? He's mine, twin flame. Now, this isn't me romanticizing the twin flame union or anything like that. The twin flame union is not a romantic size. It's literally about you getting messages and coming into union with your other half of your soul so that you can fulfill your soul purpose. All right. And so my son passed away from black magic. All right. she sent death magic. I had a practitioner come and tell me, you know, that they had did a reading on this woman, that she booked and paid for a reading. She booked and paid for a reading. And she had paid for some work. And this is why, and even that practitioner is no longer practicing. That lady is no longer practicing. I told her, I said, everything that you told me, thank you. I said, I forgive you, but your spiritual gifts, and I meant this from the bottom of my heart. I didn't curse her, but I just told her, I said, you don't deserve your spiritual gifts. You don't deserve your spiritual gifts. And so if divine decides to take your spiritual gifts away, then so be it, right? And so it's crazy because, you know, they team up, and she didn't know it was me, but when I had exposed her, I exposed her on Twitter. And so the tweet had went viral. It went extremely viral, right? And when people started coming in my DM and telling me things about this woman, and I just seen a little net or whatever the case is, I'm gonna ignore it. But people started coming into my DM and telling me stuff about her. I didn't care. I didn't care. I had reached out to some tarot readers, some practitioners, everybody that this woman had, that this tarot reader, her name is Eva. Okay, her name is Eva. Everybody that she was quote unquote working with, and that she was sharing, or that she knew, or would share her page and stuff like that, or would say something, I'd be like, hey, all of that is a lie. Even listen, I don't know what she's doing now because I don't watch her. I don't, and I didn't really watch her before. I didn't start watching her until it was brought to my attention that she was stealing my stuff. And it was brought to my attention because of my husband. The very person that she said was her twin flame is the one that brought it to my attention. Okay? And when he brought it to my attention, he didn't bring it to my attention on some drama stuff. He just was like, she sound like you. You know, because I curse a lot, and the way that I talk and all that stuff, he had shared a video to me. And I was like, I listened to part of the reading, and then I text them back, and I was like, which part? Like, which part? And all of this is out on the timeline, right? All of this is out on the timeline. I'm like, which part of this reading sound like me? And so he replies back, and he was like, LOL, right? And he was like, just in general. And so I'm listening, and I'm just like, ah. Then it got to a particular part. Now, mind y'all, this is a YouTube video, okay? It got to a particular part, and I'm like, interesting. And she said, my twin flame, I don't think he watched the whole video either, because he probably wouldn't have shared it with me if he had heard this part. I don't think he would have shared it with me. But, you know, God does things in mysterious ways. So she said my twin flame birthday is January 26th. And I'm like, oh, that's my husband's birthday, right? So Spirit said, keep eyes on her, right? Keep eyes on her. And so it was, I told you, I'm not going to get into the whole details of things, right? So then I was like, okay, let me find her Twitter. Right? And so let me go through her Twitter, not find it, because my husband she had shared the YouTube video on Twitter, and he sent it to me on Twitter. So I said, oh, let me go through her Twitter. So I go through her Twitter, and I started seeing some very familiar stuff, right? And she started saying like her twin flame mother had passed away, and that, you know, like all everything that I was seeing, she was basically copying it and putting it as her twin flame in his situation, or whatever the case is, right? And I'm just like, so I slid in her DM. And I was like, hey, who is your twin flame? And she didn't respond back. And I said, is my husband your twin flame? And I sent his page, and I, you know, said what I said, or whatever the case is. And she was like, no, it's not him. And I said, hey, okay, Watch yourself. I said, because I said your page is looking very twinish to me. It's looking like my page, right? Watch yourself. Everything done in the dark will come to the light. And so I started praying about it. Not even gonna lie, I started praying about it. And I asked God to reveal the truth to me. And I'm a person my whole life. My whole life. People can lie in my face. They can lie in my face and I can read them. Okay? And if divine wants me to play along with them with their lies and with whatever, I'll play along with them. But if spirit wants me to reveal something, I'm gonna reveal it. Okay? And so I started praying and I started asking for the truth. And on one end, I was getting the truth, and on another end, I was getting a lie. So my husband, I asked my husband, I said, "Do you know this woman?" And he was like, "No." He was like, "Why would I, like, no." All right. Now, some people be very beautiful online and then they be ugly in person, right? And so I'm also a person whose eyesight is very open. I can see attachments. I can see your real face. I can see people that play in glam magic. I can see people that play in mirror magic, all of that stuff, okay? I'm on my business. I'm on my business. I'm on my business, okay? And I'm on my business. This was a person that was playing in glam magic, right? She looked cute on the internet, but when she looks in the mirror, she looked it different. She looked it different. And I could see an attachment. And so when I had decided to expose her, all I said was I didn't reveal all that. All I said was, let's talk about how, Empress Eva has been stealing from my page and is pretending that my husband is her twin flame so that she can build up, her content online. And so it just was, whatever. Focused in on that. Tweet went viral. She booked a session, I guess, with somebody to, try to get me to shut up or whatever the case is, and to, you know, uh, break me and my husband apart. Black magic. So when my son passed away, y'all know all the focus went towards that. All the focus went towards that. Now, this is the part that I never told anybody about, right? I never told anybody about this. On August the 15th, I remember it was August the 15th. My son passed away July 8th. On August the 15th, I had a session with my mumbo. But before that, I had a session with a medium. Y'all see that? My lights just went out. The power went out? Yeah. Okay. Very interesting.
Can I come in?
They don't like me talking about them? I love it. Okay. Hold on a second, y'all. Give me 1 second. Okay. Okay, hold on, y'all. Let me call my neighbor. I love it.
Love what?
Turning them lights off too.
Okay.
Love what? Love what?
This, what I'm talking about, and then the lights go out. Baby, hand me that right there. That wings. That drink. Huh? That's crazy. They just want us spending money.
Can I use your iPad?
Yeah.
Wait. Never mind.
It's at 94%.
Never mind.
Okay. So, sorry about that, guys. Sorry about that. Yeah, y'all see the electricity went out. Okay. The bill paid, but I don't know. Yeah, I told you I had a lesson today.
But I think you can just pause the live.
No.
Can't you?
Nope. So, anywho, go close that door right there. That kitchen door. So, anywho, all right. So, what was I saying? All right. So, I had exposed her, and she had booked with a practitioner to send black magic towards my twin flame. End up hitting my son. All right, end up hitting my son. Now, I personally, what I was doing on my end as a spiritualist, as somebody that does practice, I practice hoodoo. I was actually doing protection rituals, right? I was doing protection rituals. I was and I felt like my energy was being drained, right? I felt like my energy was being drained to the point where sometimes I wouldn't even have the energy to do a protection ritual. And I had stopped doing my mantras. I did. I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be truthful. I had stopped doing my mantras. I had, and y'all excuse the lightning, okay? Because I am talking about black magic, and the electricity goes out. They do want to distract me, and it'll be back on in a minute. It'll be back on in a minute. This is the one thing that in life that I need to give up. Okay. Everybody has devices. So, um, I had stopped doing my mantras, and y'all know I told y'all that I was also going to Occult college. The reason why I had stopped doing my mantras is because I felt like the teacher that I was working with, like they were also harvesting energy from the students. Okay. And so I did stop doing my mantras, my Kali mantras and the Divine Mother mantras. I paused. I had focused on something else. Um, I had went to, excuse me, I had went to Haiti. I was practicing voodoo. In the religious aspect of voodoo, not the voodoo as I'm about to hex or do something with anybody or anything like that. Nothing in that matter, right? Nothing in that matter. But this girl, she was steady attacking me and destiny swapping and harvesting my energy. It was crazy. And so all for tarot, all to have a platform to, be seen online and stuff like that. It wasn't just me. She was doing it to other smaller platforms and stuff, right? And so I had um I had pulled cards. I remember the reading that I had did at the beginning of 2023. This is before my son had passed away. My son passed away July 8th, 2023. And so I had pulled cards, and I did these are things that I did to know about the black magic, to know whether or not I was really experiencing black magic, whether I was being attacked or whatnot, right? And other people would come, and they would try to be my friend, and come to find out, like, I'll be looking online, she has sent people to, she sent her little minions in and all that stuff. It was really deep. It was really, really, really deep. And so I was like, Spirit, how am I supposed to handle this? Right. And the Divine Mother kept coming back to me. And I just was like, that's not the way I want to handle it. That's not the way I want to handle it, right? And it sounds crazy, but it required me to do mantras. It required me to do mantras, but I was so upset with my teacher. Okay, I was so upset with my teacher and with the the guru that I was working up under. I was upset with him about not warning me about other things that had nothing to do with this. Okay. I was in spiritual hell. And so I didn't want to chant. I didn't want to chant. I didn't feel called to chant. I didn't, every time it would come up, every time somebody would say something about me chanting and stuff like that, I did not want to. I didn't. I felt very, but this is a part of black magic. This is a part of spiritual warfare. Not having the when certain entities are attacking you and you know that that's your number one defense, they will pull you away from your path. And so, and which is crazy because that's the most peace that I ever felt is when I am chanting, when I am going towards the Divine Mother, when I am doing my sadhana. That's what it's called. Sadhana. Wait. Sadhana. Okay? When I'm doing those practices, that is the most peace that I have ever felt. Okay? And so, and what's crazy is that my husband, right? Me and him had got married. We had got married. We got married 3 years. We got married like at the start of before all the black magic began, right? What happened was, let me go back, y'all. My D is getting ready to go out, and since it's dark, let me light another one. All right. This is really good puja oil. It's 2C oil. 2C oil. Okay. Um. So at the very beginning of, I think I need another uh, cotton ball too. Be, before this girl, before this girl had started doing like black magic, before she had booked someone, and that's the crazy part, right? It's not even her. She booked somebody to do it. This she don't have no she ain't got no powers like that. She couldn't do it. She still can't do it herself. Her herself not powerful, but she is able to. She was able to book people or whatnot. She got those same people blocked now because they didn't realize that she didn't stole something from they asses. Now they want to try to be friends and stuff. Like, no, absolutely not. Like, don't like my stuff. Don't come on here. Don't book me. Don't talk to me. Don't try to be like, oh yeah, I used to follow her, but I don't do that. I already know. I already know. Okay, I already know. So anywho, and that's to each his own. But no, y'all have to find redemption yourself. And they like, oh, she attacking me now. She's stealing from me now. Y'all helped her do that. Y'all helped her do that. Crazy asses. Crazy asses. But anyway, so me and my husband had got married right before he, sent me her stuff, looked at her stuff. Okay. Thank you so much, Divine. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right. So, we had got married, and we we were um we were arguing. We were arguing. We were having issues, but not like, I didn't know what the problem was. Like, I didn't know what the problem was. And the main problem, to be honest, the main problem was, I didn't know what the problem was, but a main problem was that I thought that we were spiritually going different ways. I'm a very spiritual person, and he is a spiritual person, but we were just on two different pantheons, right? Like, he didn't like the whole voodoo thing. He good. He can, he grab that's our camera. He gravitate towards Papa Legba, but anything past Papa Legba, uh-uh, uh-uh, uh-uh. And they're, I'm not a witch. He's not a warlock or anything like that. And so, people would see us, they see the light, they see what we're able to do. I'm very intuitive. My husband is very intuitive, and they would want to try to, like, pull us into their little group or their cult or whatever the case is. And I'm just like, no, we're not doing that. We ain't doing that. And he wasn't with it either. But I am a person that I'm I'm spiritually nosy. I'm spiritually nosy. I'm a Sagittarius. I like to learn different things. I'm not gonna stay there, but I like to learn different things. And so he was like, nah. He always would tell me, like, these people online, no. They're not your friends. That's not your friend. That's not your friend. Don't talk to them. Don't talk to them. Don't talk to them. And so people would send black magic towards our relationship, right? They would send black magic towards our relationship to try to separate us and all that stuff. But I didn't know what was happening. Him, he knew what was happening, you know? And so I had put him out twice. And then I had a deity on my ass. I had a deity on my ass. I had Lord Shiva on my ass, and I had Balamuki, the Divine Mother Balamuki, on my ass, right? And I would tell him, like, come back, and he'd be like, we need to be chanting. We need to be doing our mantras and stuff like that. He's very strict about that stuff, right? And so, and you're supposed to follow what your husband says. If your husband say that this is what y'all, what y'all gonna be practicing and what y'all gonna be doing. Now, mind y'all, we're not married yet. But to him, he's like, we're married and this is what we're doing. We need to be doing the mantras, right? And so I remember I was working for the veterans. And um I was like, I'm gonna sleep on our couch. I'm gonna start sleeping on the couch, right? And this is before I even knew anything about this woman online. She had been stealing from me for a long time. She had been in my energy and I didn't know she existed. Okay. And because when I went back through her Twitter and stuff, I'm like, damn, bitch. Mind y'all, I've been on Twitter since 2008 or 9, right? And when I went back through her Twitter, I'm like, damn, this bitch was stealing from me for like a year before I even knew she ever existed. And I guess she just started coming up in the algorithm, for my friends and stuff. I never check my timeline like that. I don't check my timeline. I don't check my messages. I don't check none of that stuff. I suck. I suck on the internet. It takes me two to 5 business days to reply back to people, okay? Which is another thing I need to call somebody back. I need to make sure I make this phone call today. An important phone call. So, anywho, I guess she had started coming up in people's algorithm because she was on on my page and stuff. So people would see her and they would send me stuff, but I ain't never know none of that. I don't know if my pants too tight or what. Like I just started feeling it in my stomach. But I know my pants ain't tight because these my son pants. So, but you know, the energy is being felt right now. All right. The energy is being felt. And so, um, Balamuki had came to me, right? I was sleeping on the couch. The first time ever in my whole life that I ever, you know, like we've been together, we've been living in this house now like 11 years. And this one time I'm like, I'm gonna sleep on the couch. Like I'm gonna separate myself. I'm gonna just will not. So I was working for the veterans and I had to be to work at 8 o'clock. Everybody know me, I'm always late. I'm late for everything, right? I'm gonna be late for my own funeral, but I'm gonna be there. Okay. So I'm sleeping on the couch. Remember y'all, we talking about black magic, okay? Black magic will try to separate you from your loved ones, okay? And so I'm on the couch and I have this citrine ankle bracelet on that I had invoked Balamuki into it so that I would so she's over the throat chakra. Her colors is yellow. Um and I would invoke her into my jewelry so that I can have clear throat chakra so that I could be quiet so I wouldn't, you know, I could be my shit could be balanced out, right? So I'm Divine Mother Balamuki. That's another way that I fought spiritual warfare when it comes to my relationship, right? And separation spells. Because I guess this woman was doing separation spells or whatnot and a lot of illusion magic. Okay. I feel like I was her test dummy. I feel like her and my husband and my whole family was like her test dummy, or like, okay, I'm gonna destiny swap with that family right there. Nobody else have I come across. People have exposed her and said things about her, but nobody else has physical proof or her confession, because she confessed to me that she was my quote unquote husband's twin flame and that she was going to destroy, you know, the relationship. She said it all online, right? And so I'm like, I'm on the couch, I'm asleep. And I remember it was about 4 o'clock in the morning and my back was hurting. My back was hurting. So another thing, how to recognize spiritual warfare being done on you, right? Where your energy centers are, you'll start feeling the energy coming out of you. And so I would feel like the energy was coming out of my back. And so my back was hurting. We have very comfortable furniture. We have very comfortable beds, okay? Furniture is we have very comfortable stuff, okay? Um we have really good Taurus and Capricorn placements, so we like nice things. Our bed, our mattresses, everybody mattress, not just our mattress, us the adults, but the kids mattresses. All of our mattresses is $1,000 plus, okay? Thousands of dollars plus, okay? Really good mattresses, really good furniture, very comfortable. And at the time I'm like, I'm gonna sleep on the couch, right? um and so I'm laying down on the couch. And I remember I have on my citrine ankle bracelet. And I'm tossing and I'm turning and I feel like an energy is coming out of me. And I'm like, you know what? I'm about to go tell this man. I called him a nigga. I'm like, I'm about to go tell this nigga it's over. Like, I'm not sleeping on the couch no more. And I don't want to sleep in the bed with him. I don't want to be with him. None of that. I'm about to get my ass up. He gonna get his ass out. Right? Now, this is the thing. Neither one of us is hurting for anything. So if we leave each other, we're not hurting for anything. We have our separate accounts. We have our actual accounts. It's always been like this. We always have somewhere to go. Okay. We are in Houston. We're surrounded by well, I don't have much family here, but mad hotels. Okay, mad hotels. So I put my foot down on the ground And at that very moment that I put my foot down on the ground, it's almost as if a light opened up in my house. Like a light opened up. And I could see Dalamuki. She literally took my leg. My ankle bracelet shattered on the floor. Beads are going everywhere. And she took my leg and put it back on the couch and said, be still and be quiet. And I'm in shock. I'm like why? Like why? Like why? And she was like, that's your husband. Now, mind y'all, we ain't married yet. She was like, that's your husband. Shh. And I'm looking at her and I could see that, and it's so crazy. I got my Balamuki Bindu on today too. Okay. I'm looking at her and she looking at me and we're having a conversation and it's like tit for tat, like not tit for tat, but we're going back and forth. And I'm like, he could be cheating on me. She like, he not cheating on you. He could leave me. He not leaving you. I want to leave him. You're not leaving him. I don't want to be with him. She was like, this is a test. And I'm like, what kind of test? Am I failing? She was like, you can. I was like, but I don't want to fail. She was like, do you want to fail? I don't want to fail. And then she's like, do you want to be with him? I'm like, I don't want to be with him. She's like, you really don't want to be with him? You want to give up that? You want to give up your relationship? I thought you wanted to be in a kingdom marriage. I bought you a king. And I'm like, is he a king? She's like, he's a king. Am I a queen? You're a queen. Is this a kingdom marriage? What does a kingdom marriage look like? I've never had a kingdom marriage. Like we're going back and I'm going back and forth with the deity. Y'all, I'm going back and forth with the deity. And it's like everything that I was saying, she had an answer to, right? All I remember is the conversation, it felt as if it lasted for hours. Then she took me on a journey and it showed me how things was getting ready to play out, right? I seen three deaths happen. I seen our whole life really flash before us. And when I was done, I knocked out sleep. When it was over, when it was done, I knocked out sleep. I'm gonna say it was like 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. The next day I woke up, it was I didn't hear my alarms go off or anything. It was past 8 o'clock. I jumped up. I'm on the couch. I have a blanket, right? I jump up. And y'all know I ain't lying because my husband was just standing right here watching me, okay? Um, because these are things that I've shared with him, and he too have had experiences very close to this, okay? Um, and so I jump up and I'm like, he like, you gonna be late for work. He come out of the room, he like, you gonna be late for work. And I'm like, I'm gonna put this stuff up when I get off of work. I was like, I'll talk to you when I get off of work. And so he was like, all right, I'll leave out. I'm headed to work. He sends me a text message. Oh, I sent him a text message and I said, just put my cover in my blanket. I was like, can you just put it in the room so the kids don't know that I had slept on the couch, right? I was like, just put it in the room. We're closet parents. We're closet parents. If we smoke, if we drink, if we fight, if we argue, we don't do that in front of our kids. We don't want to torture our kids like that, right? And so our kids don't be doing that anything. They don't be doing that part of it and stuff. So I call that closet parenting. Even though I do talk to my son, one of my sons, look, I talk to my Virgo about everything. That's like my little best friend. We understand each other. And I call him my twin too, right? Which is crazy because my Taurus, I called him dad. But my Virgo, I call him my little twin. I be like, that's my twin, right? But we all called my son that transition. We all call him dad. Everybody in the house call him dad. We be like, all right, dad, because he always very bossy. And so, anywho, so he texts me. My husband texts me, and his name is T. All right, y'all, T, like the letter T. Okay, T. So T texts me, and he's like, Alexis. He was like, I love you. I don't want to break up. He was like, I don't want to break up. I don't want you sleeping on the couch. I'm not uncomfortable. He was like, I was tossing and turning all night. He was like, things was happening. He was like, it's time that we get married, because whatever we going through, it's because we going through it because we not married. And I'm like, what the fuck does that got to do with anything? Like, what you mean? It's because we're going through it because we're not married. And he was like, you my wife, you been my wife, but I'm not happy with the paperwork. And I'm just like, okay. I was like, okay. And I was like, we could talk about it when I get off. Y'all, I'm telling y'all, it's always been, I don't want to get married again. I don't want to get married. I don't want to. I'm not. Nobody can make me. Because I always felt like, you know, I could, if I want to go, I need to be able to go. And I didn't feel like that in my first marriage. I felt like, who made the laws that you can't just file for divorce and get the fuck on? Like, who made those laws, right? I never, that shit was so wild to me that I couldn't just file for divorce and get the fuck on. Like, he got to agree to this? I couldn't even get him served. I couldn't even get his ass served. And so I was like, this shit crazy. It took me forever. I had to literally call on Oshun in order for him to give me a divorce. Okay, I had to go to the Divine Mother and ask her, like, Oshun, this is like being married to Shango, y'all. Come on. And she made a way. And I remember it was a Friday that I filed the paperwork. I did a hella ritual, and I went down there. It was raining. Somebody almost hit my car on the freeway. In order for me to get divorced from my first husband. It was crazy. And I was like, oh yeah, the Divine Mother is gonna help me get through this. And that was what happened. Hold on a second, guys. Yeah.
How your day going?
It's going good. Y'all just came back in time. The lights just came back on. I don't know. The power went out.
Yeah, it was some like Mexicans that like they were coming out because the power was off.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, they was just walking out like.
Oh, yeah. Okay. One of my son's oldest, longest friends is over. I'm super excited to see him. I can't wait. Look, I can't wait till I finish this live so I can go be all in their business. So, anywho, what was I saying? Oh, yeah. So, you know, that's also like spiritual warfare. You know, people trying to stay energetically tied to you, tied to your sacral, your solar plex energy or whatnot, right? And so, anywho,
Can I come in?
See, can I see the mailbox key?
you loud?
My bad. You in the room?
So, you need a shirt on.
To go outside and get the mailbox?
Yes. Thank you. All right. So, we got married, and when we had got married, right? I was already under spiritual attack. I was already being under spiritual attack. But and it's so crazy because although I'm not practicing, but although I was going towards the voodoo pantheon at the time, right? I pray to Kali mind protection. Absolutely. So although I was going towards the voodoo pathway, right? When we got married, I actually got married under Shiva and Parvati. Okay, and their line. I don't know why, but you know, I mean, I do know why because it was it's my husband was like, this is this is how we doing this. Okay, he had that all set up, like this is how we doing this. So Shiva and Parvati was who we invoked for the blessing of our marriage. Okay, it's crazy because my husband don't he didn't know anything about this. He didn't know anything about this pantheon, about Hinduism or anything like that. Okay, my baby is a Bible beating Christian. I'm saying Bible beating Christian because he read the Bible every day. Okay, he he could tell you some stuff about that Bible. Okay, but he was like, you know, he really calls to Lord Shiva, and he feels very connected to Lord Shiva, and he feels very connected to Papa Legba. But he be like, okay, I like Papa Legba, but Lord Shiva is the way that we going. Okay, and so yeah. All right. Now, fast forward, right? So here we are, we're married, and that was before my son passed from the black magic attack, right? So I guess, like me being on the internet, y'all would think that, okay, y'all would think like, oh, okay, well, she got her husband, she got her children, she got money, she got cars, she got, you know, peace, all that, right? And so Spirit was guiding me to build a spiritual platform. They were guiding me to build a spiritual platform. And I'm just like, what am I going to talk about, right? And then like everything that you do in person, offline, you need to be doing it online. So, you know, I pull cards for people. I do mediumships. I am a ghostbuster, so I cleanse out, you know, energy spaces that are being harvested by dark entities. That's why I'm saying I can recognize dark entities from a mile away, right? What I did not know any, I don't want to say know anything about was, you know, destiny swapping, flames, harvesting. I ain't know nothing about that for real. Like all of that, that just probably came up like in 2022. You know, that started being very familiar in 22, 21, 22. It started being very familiar, you know, on the internet. And I'm like, what's a twin flame? You know, I know what a soulmate is. I know what you know, a karmic connection is, a karmic tie, a soul tie. I know about all that stuff, but I'm like, twin flames, that's a fairly new word, right? It's a very fairly new word. And so I'm like, I don't know what this stuff is. And so when I find out something, and this girl was one of the first people that I would hear and see talking about a twin flame. And I'm like, bitch, what is a twin flame? So I started when she started you know, stealing my stuff, and she was throwing twin flame in there because I'm happy. And so I'm sharing that stuff online, right? I'm sharing this stuff online. I'm sharing my happiness online. And she started throwing in the word twin flame after everything that I would say. She throw twin flame. She'll copy it and she throw twin flame in there. Okay. I say my husband, she say her twin flame. I say my boyfriend, she say her twin flame. I say my family, she say twin flame. Okay. Um, so that's how she was, you know, rewording everything to make it look like it was something else. So you would think like, oh, okay, so why are you so, you know, why are you upset? Why are you unhappy? Was it in there?
Yeah.
Is there anything else in there?
Yeah. I'm putting on your bed.
Wait, let me see what that package is. Nah, I don't want all the mail though, because I don't want our address in the video. There we go.
You think he's still in the shower?
Huh? You could just put them on the dresser. So I'm like,
Huh?
huh?
All on the table.
Give it to him. Put it on the dresser then. You too excited. Yeah, they sent me an email.
My outfit's complete now.
Your outfit complete now?
Yeah.
Yeah. So anywho, so I think that it was a lot of jealousy. I think it was a lot of jealousy that was, spewing from her. Not just from her, but like the people that she worked with and stuff. I think it was a lot of jealousy with, being jealous of somebody else's gifts. I really don't think that it had anything to actually do with the man. I don't think it really had anything to do with the man. Because my husband isn't like active on the internet. He's not active on the internet. He do the stock market, and so he'll share like some stock market tips and stuff like that. But he really ain't doing nothing on the internet. And when I had exposed her, now mind y'all, I had already sent her before I expose anybody or say anything to anybody. I'm always gonna slide in the DM and offer a conversation. A conversation. I'm always gonna offer a conversation because I'm not a confrontational person. And so I was trying to, have a conversation with her. She never wanted to speak. She never wanted to speak. That was red flag number 2. She never wanted to talk. And so the more that just amped her up. That just amped her up and made her come to YouTube and talk more. Like, oh yeah, she want to talk, she want to reach out. And I'm just like, bitch, have a conversation. Let's have a conversation. Okay. Anywho, so after I exposed her, the black magic was sent towards my twin flame. My twin flame being my son, it ended up hitting my son. Okay. I don't believe that she knew what his name is because I had never said his name online. He never says his name online. Y'all know I'm saying T, but that's not really his name. Y'all know his name don't even start with a T. But that's what I call him. So she never said his name or anything like that. So I don't think that she ever knew him. And I gave her ample time to, to fix it, to get it right. To fix it and get it right. And she never could. Okay. I said if you know him, then you can have him. If you know him, you can have him. I've never done any type of love rituals, no type of love spells. I don't do that. I don't do that. I don't do that. I don't do that. The only love spell I ever done in my whole entire life, I was 17 years old. Okay? I was 17 years old. And I am maybe 5 years ago was the first time I was able to cut that cord 5 years ago. And ever since I cut that cord, that guy has been having seizures. Okay? That guy has been having seizures. Me and him did do a love ritual with each other. Okay? A blood ritual with each other. To promise to be together forever or whatnot. He is a good friend, but I had to cut the cord from him because he also didn't never want to get married or anything like that. He didn't want to get married either. And so about 5 years ago I decided that, like, hey, we need to untie that knot that we had tied when we was 17 years old. He got mad kids, I have kids, we moved on and stuff. And he always blamed me for his seizures. I'm like, no, you need to replace that tie. You got to replace it with something else. You have to replace it with something else. He like, no, I just need another woman like you. And I'm like, see, nah, you fucking crazy. So, anywho. So, yeah. Don't do that. Don't do that. But I was young, I was dumb, and I was naive, okay? And even him, we were 17 when we did that. but we have been together since we was in the 7th grade. Okay, we have been together since we was in the 7th grade. Yeah. So, and we didn't break up until after high school when he had a baby on me. Okay, and that's what broke us up. I was like, oh, absolutely not. So I faked like I moved to Florida and I left his ass. Okay, I was like, I'm moving to Florida, and really a year later I moved to Texas. But I told him I was moving to Florida. I don't know why I just did that. I just poured out candle wax all on my desk. But I don't know why I just did that. I literally just dumped the candle over. But, you know, look at that devil card. Very interesting. Everything be in alignment. All messages be clear. They be so clear to me. They be so clear to me. All right. So, let's get to the point of this video, right? Because this video isn't to really expose this reader or anything like that. It's really to tell you guys how I got through the black magic. So I told y'all that death magic was done on me, destiny swapping, harvesting, all of that was done, right? Nothing worked. Nothing worked. Nothing that I was doing worked. Nothing that I was doing worked. Okay? I never booked with a practitioner because that's never been my style. That's never been my style. It's never been my style was to book with a practitioner and to, you know, do any type of return to senders or anything like that. Those type of things, they work temporarily. They only work temporarily. They're not something that lasts a long time. Even you know, her booking with a practitioner, eventually all things get exposed, all things, you know, end up coming out. So it's so crazy. This wax would have went right on my baby, right on my dial. It should have went right on my dial, but it missed my dial. It missed my dial. It got a little bit on her outfit, but not bad. So, this is what I did. This is what I did, and this is what finally helped me. I remember I had started working with this group called the Spiritual Avengers, right? Now, the crazy part is that the final straw to letting this lady Eva harvest for me, the final straw was I had this girl named Raven that I had met online, right? I had this girl named Raven that I had met online. And Raven she had befriended me and reached out to me. She reached out to me, right? And she has said like, hey, I believe you, because I was talking about Eva online a lot. I used to talk about her a lot. You know, my son had passed away. I was grieving. And I was like, I'm going to expose this girl. I'm going to keep exposing this girl until I'm blue in the face, until people, you know, no longer talk to her, no longer work with her, no longer listen to her as a tarot reader or a practitioner or none of that. You know, she's not a practitioner, but she is a tarot reader. And so she's a harvester, content creator. And so I was like, I'm going to keep exposing her. I'm going to keep exposing her. And so this girl named Raven had reached out to me, right? And Raven does y'all look at my flame trying to split. And so Raven does mirror magic and glam magic and all that stuff, right? And so I've had her on my intuitive talks. And so she, after the mirror magic, I mean, after the episode, she wanted to be my friend. Okay? She wanted to be my friend. And I remember it was the rodeo down here. This was 2024 rodeo. And I'm in Texas, so we have the rodeo. And so she was like, she was like, I want to come to Texas. I'm gonna be in Texas. I'm gonna be in Dallas. So I'm gonna come to Houston. She was like, I'm gonna come to Houston and I want to see you. I want to meet you in person and all that stuff, right? And so I was like, okay, that'll be good. I got my setup going. Always had a setup, okay, for spiritual work and anybody that's in person. So she was like, I want to meet you. I want to see you and all that stuff. So I'm like, okay. And things just started happening. Things started happening. The girl caught a flat tire. She caught a flat tire. Something happened with her engine. Everything to keep her off the road to come towards Houston, right? And so she was supposed to go to this store. She was supposed to go to this metaphysical store. I'm not going to say what store it is or where it's at or anything like that, right? She was supposed to go to this metaphysical store. And so I was like, oh, if you're going to go there, get this for me because you'll be passing it to come to Houston. And so she was like, all right, I'm going to get that stuff for you or whatnot. And so she ended up getting the stuff and I paid her for it, right? But Spirit had came to me in my dreams and was like, no, do not accept certain items. She's going to send you extra items because she wants, like she's putting, what people do is they'll send you something and they'll put their energy on it. So the minute that you use it, you are open to their, like, for them to come in and take something from you. Basically, they invoked it and they're making it so that your item is basically possessed or something, right? It's a charm ritual. And so she had sent me some stuff. And I'm just like, I ain't asked for all of this, right? So what I did was I sent her extra money. I sent her money like this should cover my items. But I really threw all that stuff. I threw everything away. I was like, nah, I didn't throw all that shit away. Because Spirit came to me in my dreams and told me that do not accept this stuff from her. Okay? Don't accept this stuff from her. So I was like, I'm going to go ahead and throw all of it away. I threw everything away. I started noticing things about her. Even though she had approached me and said, oh, I believe you about Eva and stuff like that, right? I started noticing things with her. Like she would go quiet and she was doing rituals online too. So I went through her Twitter account. And I seen that her and Eva was friends. And I'm like, this is another minion that this girl sent. This is another spy that she sent. So I was irritated. I stopped being her friend. She talked about me online as well too because I stopped being her friend. I cut her ass off cold turkey, and I was like, "Oh no, you over there harvesting." And at the time, I don't care about nobody doing glam magic, black magic, or none of that stuff, right? Y'all, your girl got sigils everywhere. Okay. I don't be caring about nobody doing that as long as it don't affect me and you're not hurting the collective, right? And so she does mirror magic. I don't know why she does mirror magic because she's not even a practitioner, but you know what? She is a cheater. She is a cheater. She does cheat on her husband. So she got a husband and a boyfriend. But anywho, not my business, but not my business. I don't hang around people like that either. If you a liar and cheater, I don't hang around people like that. But so this girl, this girl, this was the final straw. I was like, okay, no, I can't do that. So I had cut her off, right? Now, in the meantime, in between time, I'm at a part in my spiritual journey where I'm not chanting. I'm praying, but I'm not praying. I'm really just like I'm doing my spiritual work, but I'm doing more spiritual work. The most I was praying was right before I did a reading. You know, I'm being honest. I'm being honest. I'm being honest. I'm being honest. The most I was praying is when I was doing, before I do a reading, I call in protection, prayers, protection circle and stuff like that anytime I'm channeling. But that was it. And I was building my content still online. I was making sure that, my page, the views and all of that stuff, it totally went down. It totally went down. The whole time that Eva was destiny swapping and harvesting my energy and stuff, all my views, all that stuff went down. I didn't care. Spirit told me to continue to show up. That's what I did. I continued to show up, right? Now, off of her. Off of her, right? About maybe about 4 months ago. It's cloudy in here, huh? Oh.
It's gonna be cloudy.
With a chance of meatballs? So about 6 months ago. Not 6 months ago, but yeah. Let's see. About 6 months ago, I had decided, I was like, I'm missing something in my life, right? It's July, so let's just say this was February. Maybe it was January this year, 2025. I was like, I'm missing something in my life. I'm being called back to the Divine Mother. I love Cali Mine. I love Cali Mine. I love my Durga. And I love the Mahavis. I love every aspect of the Divine Mother, right? And so 6 months ago, they come before me. And they say, give me your problems, right? And I'm like, how? How? I'm angry. I'm upset. Things aren't going the way. It's been 2 years. It's almost 2 years, since I have been under this same spiritual warfare, fighting this battle with this other tarot reader online. This girl is popular. Nobody is listening to me. And then I have these other people that are constantly fucking annoying the fuck out of me and trying to get in my energy. And I was upset. And they said, give it to me and just go and do what I tell you to do. And I'm just like, what, like, how do I give it over to God? How do I get this over to divine? How do I give my problems over to them and just release them all the way, right? And so I kept hearing doom, 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 doom. Like a beat, like a drum beating, doom, 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 doom. I don't know what drum that is, where they beat on the side. Like that's what I kept hearing. And I'm like, what is that beat? Right? And so spirit says, spirit tells me, like, Durga. You get what I'm saying? Like Durga. I hear her, I see her, I feel her. And I didn't want to start with Durga. When it came, I didn't want to jump back into doing spiritual work with Durga. I really wanted to start with Cali, right? I really, really, really wanted to start with Cali. Being a daughter of Cali, I was like, I'm gonna follow the Divine Mother and go towards Cali. But I know that Cali is a wild spirit. And I have been wild for so long. I have been mean, like me. So I say, I get online, I get on YouTube, and I say, you know what? I'm gonna I want to teach you guys how to do mantras. We're gonna invoke the Divine Mother together, and we're gonna start with the Mahavis, right? And then I switched it up, and I was like, we're gonna start with Cali, and then I switched it up, and I was like, we gotta start with Durga, right? So we go into Durga, right? We go into Mount Durga. The I promise y'all, the not the minute, the week that I started talking about Mount Durga, I heard so many people that have been sitting and harvesting in my energy. I heard them. I seen what they was doing, right? And so you get hit with these tests. You get hit with these tests on whether you're gonna stay focused or not. So here we go. We go to Mount Durga, right? I feel this lady now. Mind y'all, Eva, I had made a declaration. I put it on my page, on my community tab on YouTube, and I said no more. I owe the community so much more, right? I owe y'all so much more on YouTube about, how to go through, not go through things, but like how to get through black magic, harvesting, destiny swapping, love spells, draining of your chakras and of your crown, and losing your inheritance, getting your inheritance back. I was like, I got to start telling people how to do these things, right? Because if not, we're gonna stay stuck. We're gonna stay stuck. Those that are really chosen are going to stay stuck, and they're going to be missing out on what their true purpose is. Y'all, the first thing that came up, and I'm saying names already, so I'm gonna say names, and I'm not gonna be disrespectful, but I'm gonna say names, right? So I started hearing who all was doing stuff. Who all was doing stuff. The first person that came up, right? The very first person that came up was this other tarot reader named Stashi, right? She came up. I was like, I don't have no problem with this girl. Like, let me check something real quick. Now, Stashi came up in a situation with Eva. When I was in the midst of exposing Eva, Stashi came up. Truth be told, I don't watch her, didn't watch her, still don't watch her, never really knew her or anything like that, right? I'm an energy reader. So when she came up in the midst of everything that I was going through, right, with Eva, I went on her page. Somebody came into my chat on one of my exposure videos. It's not private anymore. Everything is open on my page, right? In one of my videos. Spirit has a funny way. I'm going to come back to this. Spirit has a funny way. They wanted to shut me up so bad that I have made all my videos private, right? I have made my whole page private because I'm like, I'm going to start over. I'm going to focus in on just healing and anything and everything that I had exposed, whatever, right? So this particular video with when somebody told me about Stashi, right? When somebody told me about her, this particular video, it had been private. So when she was talking and quote unquote saying whatever she was saying, I was like, you know what? Let me make this shit unprivate. So that way when I'm explaining with facts, okay? I'm a factual person. If it ain't facts, I don't care about it, right? And so I need to make sure that I don't get overworked when talking about these entities either, right? So Stashi had came up in the energy, and I'm like, I haven't seen this girl, I haven't seen this girl in so long. And Spirit just has a way of revealing things. So I went on her page, and I'm like, it can't be her that's talking about me. It's not her that's talking about me, right? I was like, and it was a test, like to see if I'm a forget what Divine told me to focus on, right? And I'm going through the girl page. I'm going through her community tab, not her videos, right? I'm going through her community tab. And as I'm going through her community tab, I get to where I'm going. And she had mentioned me. She didn't at me. Because if she would have added me, I would have seen it when it happened. But she didn't at me. I just seen that she said, I think her name is Alexis, right? Ain't nobody else named Alexis that this girl know, right? So, okay, you talking about me. So I was like, and I have felt her in the energy anyway. I always feel people in the energy. Like right now, she gonna see this video. I always feel people in the energy, right? And so, and I ignore it. I ignore it. I ignore the other people that's on my page still watching this stuff. I just ignore it because that's not what I want to do. So she was one that, she started saying stuff when I was like, okay, I'm gonna go towards the Divine Mother Durga, right? And so, she was saying stuff or whatever the case is. She was saying that I was stealing from her page, that I was copying her, and that I was doing work to, try to mess up her oils or whatever it is that she got going on, and that I'm talking about her. And I'm just like, girl, and I replied on that video. Like I said, I'm a person that if you, before I say something out loud that's going to embarrass you, right? And I'm doing quotes, embarrass you or to confront you, I'm a person, I'm grown as fuck. I'm going to send you a message first and say, let's resolve this privately, right? And so I replied on that, let me put this, let me put this D out. Okay. So I replied under that community tab and I was like, like, let's have a conversation because it's not me that's in your energy. Like, I don't know what you got going on, right? So after I said that, she proceeded to make a video, which was like a couple weeks later. She made a video, right? Now, I caught this a month after she had posted it. Okay, a month after she posted. So that just tells you that it should have told her, like, oh, this girl really not on my page because, shit. Who wait a month to respond to people? Like, oh, I seen it and I ain't say nothing. No, if I would have caught it when I caught it, if I would have caught it when you put it, I would have checked your ass right then, right? So that should have told her that I wasn't on her page. But then she made a video, and in the video, she made about two videos. So in the video, now she's using my image and she's showing people my page and trying to say that I'm taking from her and all that stuff. And I'm just like, you're watching me and I'm taking from you. I'm not watching you, but you're watching me. And I was so confused, but y'all, look. Since then, I figured it all out, and I keep it 100, and I keep it a buck. Okay, I'm keeping a buck. Since then, it's come to my attention that me and her crossed paths through Eva. We crossed paths through Eva. She was quote unquote exposing Eva, right? But that video isn't available because she erased it or it's not on her page or whatever the case is, right? She was exposing Eva, and I came into her live while I'm on camera, right? While I'm on live with my iPad, I came to her live and I wrote and I said, yeah, she sent black magic towards my family because I wanted everybody to know what Eva had done to me, right? And I was like, she sent black magic to my family. My son passed away. And at the time, Sashi had, she has shared my story and all that stuff, right? And she was saying that Eva was, she was trying to harvest from her husband or something like that. Or I don't know what she was saying. But when I read into the energy, okay, after that, I followed her on some karmic shit. I followed her on some karmic shit. Like, oh, we're gonna, like, okay, this woman can help me expose her too if she get her story out there. Because Eva does steal from multiple tarot readers, right? She does go to people pages. But I was like, it's more to the story with her and Stashi. That's what I got. That's what I felt. And so I also didn't like that, Stashi had exposed Eva, but then she erased it. I didn't like that. I didn't like that. And so I had unfollowed her. I had unfollowed her. I forgot all about the girl. It was other people that had called Eva out, and since then I have unfollowed their asses too, because nobody sticks to the plan. And the plan is you explode you expose these dark witches, and we get their asses the fuck up out of here. Everybody was scared. Everybody was scared but me. All right. I guess they looked at me and they like, oh, she lost her son. We ain't trying to lose ours. But I'm telling y'all right now, it wasn't Eva that sent black magic. It was a practitioner that she went to that sent black magic. This girl don't have no gifts like that. Okay. She's a pinstress. She's a pinstress magical person, okay? None of that spell work, none of that stuff is passed down. None of that is done, okay? Her ancestors, she's not tapped in with her ancestors like that. She's not tapped in with her ancestors like that. I was more tapped in with her ancestors than her ass was, okay? So she didn't send black magic. Somebody else that she paid, because the girl got money, somebody else that she paid sent black magic. It's the difference, okay? Big difference. But anyway, so these other practitioners that had exposed her, they didn't keep going. They didn't do anything about it. But since then, when Spirit told me it was more to the story, I guess this is the part that's more to the story, because Eva probably was, no, let me say it like this. Eva is stealing from Stashi as well too, right? Stashi say that she had oils. I didn't know she had oils, but yeah. I don't sell my stuff online. I don't sell my stuff online. I don't even really sell my stuff. I really give it away. And like, I give oils away, I give candles away. When I just went to Louisiana, I just passed out mad candles. Okay? Mad candles, mad oils, mad crystals. I just passed all that stuff out for free because I get it back. I get paid. I'm very abundant. Since I got back, I didn't receive 2 deposits. So Spirit pays me. I just do what God tell me to do. So I'm not a person that's selling anything online. All right. That's them. All right. And it's come to my attention, in the midst of this, because like I told y'all, when I tapped in with my Durga, right, I started doing the mantras. I put it on the armor of the Divine Mother, right? I started doing my mantras again. All of this stuff started being revealed on why these people was coming towards me, why they want to be mad at me. They want to be mad at me. Why are you mad at me? So Stashi started talking about me, and I was like, no, I ain't gonna stop doing my mantras. They gonna act up, they gonna do that, I'm gonna keep doing my mantras. I actually got louder with them. I started making sure that they can hear me in the spirit. Don't come near me. Do not come near me. And by doing the Durga mantra, Doom, Doom, Durgaye Namaha, Doom, Durgaye Namaha, that mantra, baby, that girl got the fuck on so quick. She got on so goddamn quick, it don't even make sense. It don't even make sense. I never had nobody. I'm telling y'all, I never had nobody run up out of here. I run away from a fight so fucking quick. She was like, oh yeah, I'm not saying anything. I'm not doing this. I'm not doing that. Yeah. Get the fuck on. Get on. Because I'm not fucking with you. I don't know you. I don't like your energy. You a liar. She said she was supposed to be doing a collective reading, and she did a reading on herself, basically. She did a reading on herself, and she was saying all this stuff, and and talking about me and stuff in a collective reading. And I'm just like, what? And she was like, yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and get this out. And then she tried to say I wasn't married. She tried to say, yeah, I don't know. She tried to say a whole bunch of stuff, but I sat there and I rebuked all that shit that she was saying. I went through it. I went through that whole reading, and I did it live, and I said, this is not for anybody. And I made sure that I put the @ sign so people can know that it was for her. Now, while I'm exposing her ass, this other woman, Cassandra, right? This other woman, Cassandra, I had already felt the energy with her, and I was like, ugh, you know, she had told me she had a dream about me and that I was recommending. She had told me that she had a dream about me because me and her, we talked a little bit. I met her through she was supposedly, under Cali Mine or whatever. So that's how I met her. I came to her, she came on my timeline. She was doing something for Cali Mine. It was in November 2024, and she was doing something for Cali Mine. And I met her, and I gave her grace. I gave her a lot of grace. I gave her a lot of grace. One, because I started recognizing spiritual psychosis on her, right? I felt sympathy, empathy, not sympathy, empathy towards her, right? And I gave her a lot of grace. And actually, a good friend of mine's online, she's also a reader too, Amazing Grace. Y'all see her come up sometimes in my life. She actually has said something. She she had said something like this one. No, she got these backhanded comments and stuff. And I was like, no, she ain't like that. I was like, she ain't like that. That's because, the woman Cassandra she was cloaking, CLOAK. She was cloaking her energy, her real true intentions, right? And I really wasn't like trying to read on it either. I really wasn't trying to read on her energy, because when you're under spiritual psychosis, the energy be really heavy on you because you deal with so much dark energy that it consumes you, right? You can see it in their eyes, you can see it in all them. And so I was trying to give her grace. And I remember I had put up, I was like, the trolls it was a video that I did. I was like, the trolls are going to troll, but the Divine Mother says, like, put on your coat of armor, right? And she had commented under that video. And I'm so happy that I took a screenshot of it, because since then she erased the comment. I took a screenshot of it, and I also mentioned it in the next video. And I was like, she said this or whatnot. And she was trying to pretend to be neutral in these spiritual attacks that was being sent towards me, right? And as I was exposing Stashi, she started coming up in the comments, and I tried to ignore her, right? And she did this too because, it was like multiple things that was going on. So these three people, Stashi, Brittany, and Cassandra, right? These three people, they all had a problem with me not wanting to expose Eva anymore, right? And I'm like, no, y'all gotta fight your own. Y'all gotta fight your own demons that this girl is doing towards y'all, because y'all are watching that lady shit. You get what I'm saying? Y'all watching her. Y'all watching her. And now that I say that I'm not gonna look at her shit, because I was only looking at her shit to see if she was fucking stealing my shit. I'm not listening to nothing she's saying, because I know all that shit is stolen from other tarot readers. So I'm not really listening to anything that she's saying. I'm trying to see if she's trying to steal my shit. Right? I accept myself. Absolutely. And so these people, when I said that I'm no longer going to entertain this entity over here, these people is like, oh, well, what about let me not say these people. Cassandra, she was like, what about these big tarot readers that's stealing from small accounts? I said, I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. If the message is so divine and it needs to be put out, it needs to be put out. But this is where this is where you really know that tarot readers are that most of these tarot readers online, all they care about is having a platform and getting paid from YouTube. They don't care about the message that they delivering. They don't care about healing for real and helping for real. That they send up here counting somebody else's views, somebody else's likes, somebody else's subscribers and shit like that. They worried about these bitches having big platforms and stuff like that. They're not worried about the message being spread. So this is how Brittany came into it, right? So the girl Brittany comes into it because I'm a medium, right? I'm a medium. And I do a reading on Naziah Harris, right? I did a reading for Naziah Harris. She comes onto that page and she's like, oh, this tarot reader is stealing everything that you're saying. And I'm like, why the fuck are you commenting on this picture, on this video? You know, that shit irritated me. So then I'm like, all right, what's the energy of this? And instantly I heard this liar. She's like, oh, Olivia is stealing from you. And I'm like, I don't even fucking know Olivia and I don't give a fuck, right? So my sister had told me, she was like, yeah, Olivia do be on your page or whatnot. She was like, I seen her in the comments before. And I'm like, I don't care. And the thing is, like, people are going to steal. People are going to lie. People are going to take your ideas. They're going to do that. They're going to do that. But are you going to quit doing what you're doing? No. That's what I did before. I got so distracted and so caught up in somebody stealing from me, harvesting, lying on me, you know, like taking my stuff. I got so caught up in that I stopped producing my things. I stopped sharing the messages. And I started thinking that every message that I was getting, I had to hold inside. And the more I held that inside, the more the spiritual warfare was eating me up. Okay? I'm like, no, if I release these messages, then God is going to bless me. Divine is going to continue to bless me. Okay? Not bless me with a platform or anything like that, but when I share messages and I share, you know, how to heal and all that stuff, I'm having a good life. But when I'm not sharing those messages, it's sticky. it's crazy. Okay. So I'm like, you know, these people, they sent black magic and stuff towards me. They start doing, they harvesting and, you know, trying to take from me. I got distracted. And so this is what I did. I said, okay, Divine Mother, how do I handle this? She said, keep doing your mantras. Keep doing your mantras. And matter of fact, let me send you things, right? Let me send you material that will help you, right? So if you're experiencing any type of black magic, any type of harvesting, this is so recommended. These Rudashka beads are so recommended. If anybody is talking about me, right? If anybody talking about me and it's not in a good way and it's not in a positive light or anything like that, I don't care. I don't care. I don't hear it. And I didn't have this when I first started hearing Stashi talk about me, when I first started hearing, because also Brittany made a reading and I didn't see it until, you know, weeks later or anything like that. She had edited me and I didn't even catch it. I didn't even catch it. I was live. And after I had got off of live, I had it popped up. It popped up. And I was like, this bitch did a reading on me. And I instantly went right back live. And that's when Cassandra came on and she was trying to, I felt like she was defending Brittany. You know, I felt like she was defending her. And she was like, well, I told her not to do a reading on you, but she's a grown up and I can't, you know, I can't control what she does or whatnot. And I'm just like, okay. And in the midst of her defending, it also felt like she was defending Eva as well, too. And that's the crazy part. All of these people got a problem with Eva, right? But then when it came to me, they had a problem with her. But when it came to me and having a problem with me, they switched sides. They switched sides. They started saying, oh, yeah, your husband is Eva's twin flame. Like, bitch, that's not gonna work my nerves anymore. I already know. I tapped in. Y'all, each one of them, I'm saying y'all because I know they on my page, right? Each one of them, I had already tapped in and seen enough to know that these people was already on my dick, right? They was already on. Calm down, Robbie. Spirit got such a funny way of exposing people. So these people had already said. It was when I stopped, you know, I was like, nah, I'm not gonna expose this girl no more, right? That's when I became a bad tarot reader. That's when I became a bad spiritualist. But before, oh, you got the message, right? You did this, you did that. You're a good medium. You're tapping in. You're speaking my story before all of that, right? Everybody. Okay? It was quiet. It was quiet. But when I said that's not what ghost busting is. Ghost busting is not continually attacking someone. It's literally taking them demons off of them and sucking them into the machine and sending them demons back to where they at. I felt, and I still feel like this. I still feel like this. I feel like Eva is not my competitor. She's not my competitor. I said this before. Generational curse, right? I had my family had been spiritually my family had been spiritually attacked long time ago, and me and my sister, my only blood sister, me and her, it was our job to break that warfare up. Our grandmother had got killed by a man named Preston Sean. Okay, our grandmother had been killed in a restaurant, in her own restaurant. She was killed. My great grandmother hexed him. He ended up unaliving himself. And he became a ghost. Like, y'all don't believe in ghosts? I'm a ghostbuster. Y'all don't believe in ghosts, right? But my grandmother had hexed him and he became a ghost. He became a ghost in my family. He took out my uncle. My uncle died from spine cancer. He attacked another uncle. He's a pervert. Okay? He all of my family has, not all my family, but I had two aunties, and all of them were very close to my grandma. Everybody that passed away, they were very close to my grandma, right? To my grandma. Oh wait, let me say this too. My grandma name is Eva. And the person that did this, that started this whole big warfare thing, right? Her name is Eva. So when she oh yeah, it looked like it's standing up more too. So yeah, so I already knew that was a generational, I already knew that was a generational attack. So I was like, these people is retarded. They don't know shit. They don't know shit. They just on the internet, they just be talking. And so I was really disappointed in them too. I was, as spiritualist, I was super disappointed in them as a spiritualist. But then I had to recognize like what the difference is between a content creator and a real healer. I had to, you got to be able to see the difference between those type of people. People that just create content and people that are true healers and stuff. And so my husband about to make these chicken sausages. They gonna be so happy. But watch, it's gonna take him like 10 hours to cook. It ain't gonna take 10 hours, but it's gonna take him like 3-4 hours. He went to this I don't know, it's called Billy's or something. With where they give meat, where you get meat from or whatever. I forget what they call them, butcher shops or something. I don't know if it's a butcher shop, but it's two of them. One is called Don's and one is called Billy's, and we only get to go to them when we go into Louisiana and coming back into Texas. So that boy, our freezer is filled with chicken sausages. Okay, filled with chicken sausages. So they about to be eating that. He about to make some chicken sausages and some they got some chicken balls, like some fried boudin balls, but they with chicken, and some rice and some red beans and some corn. That's what we having for dinner. Sound good to me. I'm not eating that chicken stuff, but y'all know I'm gonna eat them red beans and stuff. So anywho, yeah, I was very disappointed in them, but you know, this was a part of the black magic that was sent towards me, that I had to continue to, you know, get them up out of my energy. And I had asked spirit to reveal, because in the meantime, right, for this whole year, from the start of 2025, I have been doing, I have been doing a truth spell, a community truth spell. I keep a candle lit on my altar. I keep a petition. I keep it refreshed. I keep flowers there. I'm offering it to the spirits to always reveal the truth for the community. So if you watch me, you under that you under that umbrella. If you watch me, you under that umbrella. The truth is always gonna come out, okay? So, yeah. So I had asked spirit to reveal anybody that was playing in my energy, that is, doing any ritual work or trying to tap in with me, trying to pull cards on me, trying to see what's what. I had asked spirit to reveal that, right? What I didn't want to do is, I did not want to astral travel to those people's houses to see exactly what they was doing. I don't like spiritually, quote unquote, spying on people like that. I don't like that. I don't like, I take my spirit guide with me anywhere that I travel to. So if you dream about me, 9 times out of 10, you're going to see my spirit guide as well too. I'm never in a dream by myself. I'm never in the spirit realm or the astros by myself. I'm always with my spirit guides. Okay. And so, I didn't want to do that. So I just was like, how do I do this? So a truth spell. Rudashka beads, a truth spell, right? What does the truth spell consist of? Invoking the Divine Mother, okay? Kali. Invoking Divine Mother Kali. Kali is who I continuously do my truth spell with, okay? She's always going to bring things to the light. Always. She's still bringing stuff to the light. And I'm just like, check. I got it. I see it. Let me clear it. Let me clear it. So with them, it's so crazy, right? It's so crazy. So they started with me. They started it with me. Cassandra got mad that I had, mentioned her. I mentioned her, and I actually had mentioned her without mentioning her name, so she really threw herself in there. And it was all because, her little friend Brittany just came out of nowhere. She came from Cassandra. I never knew Brittany, right? I never knew this girl. Never knew her. Never. She commented on my page or whatever the case is, right? And I'm just like, people comment, people send me messages. I look at it, I read it. I'm not hurting for any money or anything, so I don't just book with anybody. I don't let anybody book with me. I don't like dark energy. So I ain't gonna be doing all that. Twins. Y'all so silly. Your shadow? You need socks on. So anyway, yeah, Yeah. So when they started it up, it was going on for girl bye.
Didn't I tell y'all that she was on my page? So anyway, I ain't even read it. I don't know what you said. Gone somewhere. So let me actually do this for you too.
Mom,
Yeah, baby.
Dad said, "Where's the can opener?"
It should be in the drawer.
He said it's not there.
Hold on a second. Let me go get this can opener. It's in my oldest drawer, y'all. So, stalkers. So, anywho, so I had clear. So those people or whatnot, right? So they had started coming all up and doing the most and stuff. And at first, now I'm doing the Divine Mother, right? And I'm like maybe like 6 lessons in, 5 lessons. Actually, it was 5 lessons. It was 5 lessons. I remember the number 5, right? I'm 5 lessons in. And these people are amping up. I know they can hear me chanting. I know they hear me doing the mantras and stuff, right? They hear me doing the mantras. They hear me chanting. Brittany was putting it on her page, like, I can hear you doing your mantras. Da 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 da. It's annoying. They saying stuff about me doing Hindu practices and stuff like that. They got everything in the world to say, right? Everything in the world to say. What they big problem was, they was just jealous, and I had shut them out of my energy. I cut them off from having divine access to me because my collective has divine access to me, right? And so, y'all, let me tell y'all something. So Spirit tells me, keep doing your work. Do not quit. Do not stop. None of that, right? They like, keep doing your work. And I'm just like, oh my goodness. I'm like, so I'm like, this is hard because honestly, to be real honest, right? I had, I wanted to hex the fuck out of them. And one thing that I was like, you know what? They're not bothering me enough for me to hit them with black magic or what they doing to me. They're not bothering me enough like that. I'm like, this is all kitty. It's petty, right? And what they mad at. They mad because I don't want to speak up about Eva anymore. I'm not gonna attack anything that they're saying. And shit, Cassandra is in here. She worried about me not taking down these big platforms or whatever that's stealing from us. That's stealing from us, right? She worried about me not calling them out. And I'm just like, no. Continue to do your work. If you continue to do your work, they're gonna get exposed. But you stop doing your work and you over here, you attacking me now, right? And so I was like, all right, I have to continue to do my work. And so in the process, I'm telling y'all, so many downloads was coming to me as I was doing the mantras. And I wasn't solely doing the mantras. I wasn't solely doing the mantras because um because I wanted these three people to get out of my energy, right? I wasn't solely doing those mantras. I had already made it was the last reading that I had did on Eva, right? It was the last reading that I did on Eva. I also did it on myself as well. That is public. That's public. I also did it on myself as well, right? And it was like spirit was telling me in that reading, like, no, no, no. This is not, we're not going to keep doing readings on this girl. You all know this girl is stealing. You know she harvesting. You know she lied about the whole twin flame thing. You know she is stealing from smaller platforms. However, those smaller platforms are not doing anything. They're not doing anything to take the initiative to knock off this black magic. So you have to be a leader and you have to do what you have to do in order to clear it. Even right now, they're not doing anything to clear the black magic that has been done on them. They're not doing anything, right? So in this last sitting where I was like, you know what? I'm going to finish the divine. It was so hard for me to finish the Durga lessons. It was very hard for me to finish the Durga lessons because on one side, I wanted to hex the people that was bothering me so bad, right? And not Stashi, because when I say that Stashi got the fuck on, she got the fuck on, okay? Like, she got the fuck on. She got the fuck on, for real. Like, she stopped, right? But these other two, I wanted to hex them. I wanted to put a shut up spell on them. I'm not even lying. I wanted to put a shut up spell on them. And I was like, you know what? No. What I'm going to do is I'm going to do my work the way that I do my work, right? I'm going to do my work the way that I do my work. I'm going to continue with the Divine Mother. I'm going to continue to do my mantras. And I'm going to continue to do my readings. If they're on my page, they're going to come out in the readings, right? And so I started paying attention to what they were reposting about me. And they say that, okay, well, I'm talking about them or I'm making it about them or whatever the case is. And then Cassandra has started lying, right? She started lying and said that I was stealing from her page. And I'm like, girl, you don't even post. You don't even post about anything except another reader, you know, or about me or whatever the case is. You don't even really posting anything. So I was like, I'm not about to sit here and go through that. I'm not about to get her no clout. Now, this is a part of black magic. This is what they do, right? They will, and I'm not talking about just them. I'm talking about practitioners in general, the ones that are online that are doing destiny swapping. And if y'all listening, y'all need to listen with y'all ears and not try to respond, okay? Y'all need to listen with your ears and try not to respond. Try not to get in your feelings about what I'm getting ready to say, okay? A part of the spell word is to distract you from doing what you're supposed to be doing. So I wrote this post today, y'all. I wrote this post today. I said, dear spiritual community, don't lose focus. Let the copycats copy. Let the watchers watch. You have a divine mission and they are not on it. Don't get distracted and pulled off of your path. Don't respond. Don't react. Just rise. I said karma knows their name. Spirit knows their address. And broken souls pretending to be you. Eventually, all broken toys get discarded. Stay focused. Stay aligned. Your dreams matter. Keep going. The spell was cast to distract you. Don't fall for it. Okay? That's all it is. That's all it is. It's a spell to distract you and to make you lose focus. Period. Now, let me go back to, because I have a thing that I'm following here, right? And so there's 3 mantras that I've been doing consistently at the start of this year. right? I've been doing these 3 mantras consistently at the start of this year. The first one is for fierce protection, which is Kali. Clean, Kali Kaye Namo, right? Namaha. Okay? It's to cut through black magic and dark energy. The second one is for spiritual armor, right? Doom, Durga, Namaha is for strength, courage, and protection in battles. All right? Doom. Remember, I was telling y'all, I just kept hearing doom, 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 doom. Doom is a bija seed. It's a seed mantra. All right? Of Durga. It's a sonic shield. Use it in meditation or quick defense. Doom, doom, doom. You could just sit and you could just say doom. That's something that, like, it plays in my head all the time. I hear people talking about me. I know that there's stuff coming up. I know that, you know, people are going to be saying whatever they're going to be saying. And I'm just like, doom, 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 doom. You know, that's when I don't want to say when I don't have time, because I always got time to say a mantra. Okay? I always got time to say a mantra. But doom, doom, doom. When I don't want to say the whole mantra, doom, doom, Durga, Namaha, right? I just say doom, 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 doom. Now, this last mantra, right? For divine grace and peace. This last mantra has brought me so much peace. It has brought me so much peace. It has sent so much light. And when I started this mantra, I also put this sutra on, right? I've been wearing this sutra for 41 days. All right? It is a sutra. Sutra is a thread that connects you to the divine, right? I've been wearing this sutra for 40 days. And when I first put it on, it was like, I don't know. I don't know how to explain how I felt when I first put it on. But all I know is, like, within a week, everything went silent. Everything went silent. I had did a reading. Okay, I had did a reading on the 3 women that was bothering me, right? The last 3 women that was bothering me. I mean, because I did a reading on Eva. She was bothering me. I was like, these bitches deserve a reading too. That's what they want. They want free guidance. I'm going to give it to them. Okay? People come on my page is because you want a healing. So I'm going to give it to you, right? Whether they feel as if they gave me permission or not. Y'all on my page, y'all give me permission to read y'all. Period. What are you on why are you on a tarot reader's page? And that was another thing too. You know that when it comes to exposing tarot readers, one thing, I'm going to say this too, right? One thing about one of the people, I'm not going to say which one. Actually, you know what? I can't even say one of the people. One thing about these last people that was upset with me about not being a Ghostbuster anymore, right? Actually, an unaligned Ghostbuster, because I'm always a Ghostbuster. Okay? I'm always a Ghostbuster. I clear energy, right? And to be honest, how do I want to say this? Let me go back. Because I'm about to say like 3 things all in once. But I want to make sure that it's clear. If you do not watch a tarot reader, right? And this is for my content creators out there. If you do not watch a tarot reader, stay off their motherfucking page. They won't pick up on your energy. Stay off of their page. They will not pick up on your energy. They wouldn't be talking about you. It would be no reason to expose them or anything like that. Stay off of their page. You give people permission to read your energy because you're on their page. Those women that I have done readings on, they all been women. Okay? They all been women. Those readers that I have done readings on, y'all gave me permission to read y'all because y'all are on my page. Stashi, when she was doing her little rant or whatnot, right? When Stashi was doing her little rant, and she was like, yeah, her Pisces readings have been all about me. And I'm just like, oh, so you're watching my readings. So you're watching my page. She like, somebody else sent it to her. I'm like, that's a lie. That's a lie. Nobody knows you that I know, and nobody knows you. Like, nobody knows you. The person from last year, April 10th, that came into my live and told me about, them, I had blocked that person too. I blocked that person because I was like, they messy. They messy. They messy, they messy, they messy, they messy. Don't tell me about nobody else. If you come on my page and you mention somebody else, somebody just came into my comments, and I already know who it is. It's probably one of these girls. Somebody came into my comments and mentioned another tarot reader, like, oh yeah, this tarot reader is doing necromancy. And I'm like, what is necromancy? Like, tell me what necromancy is. They still haven't responded. But I'm like, if you do mediums, you do tarot, you do any type of divination where you call in your ancestors, right? Or your ancestors come in, it's a form of necromancy. Like, y'all don't know anything. Y'all don't study. Y'all don't really know anything. All y'all know is, bullshit. So, all right. Anything being sent towards me is a return it back to sender 1,000 times. Anything being sent towards me right now is returning back to sender 1,000 times. And it's blocked and alchemized. Any energy being sent towards me, I am taking it. It's mine. Thank you. Thank you for the energy. Thank you for your energy. Any negative energy being sent towards me, I am now the owner of it, and I will alchemize it and turn it into something positive. Thank you so much. All right. So, yeah. So don't be on a tarot reader's page if you don't like them, or if you think that they taken from you, or whatever the case is. 9 times out of 10, you're offering them you're offering your energy up to them by continuously watching them. And so, these people, they wouldn't go away. They wouldn't go away. And so I was like, you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna give them a reading. I'm gonna read on them. So that's what I did. They asses went ghosts. They went ghosts. They went, after that, I didn't hear, see, or nothing. I also didn't go look either, but I didn't hear, see, feel nothing. And spirit checked my ass too. They checked my ass. My spirit team checked me. Nobody else's spirit team checked me, okay? I ain't experiencing no type of setbacks or anything like that. But I did have to go to my altar and, I pray and I cleanse the energy because I don't like doing dark readings. And I know that these people deal with black magic. I know that they, harvest and they steal from other people, and that, they're dark practitioners. Completely opposite of what I am. And so I had to go to my altar and do ritual cleansing. So what I did was I did my sutra. Right? And this sutra is very protective. It's very protective. All pain, all of that. Listen, my responses, Because even after I did the reading, right, the lady Cassandra, she tried to do a fake download and say that I had sacrificed my son and that me and my husband was, you know, harvesting people energy and a whole fake ass download. And I'm just like, see, you expose yourself as being a fake reader. You expose yourself as being somebody that's cut off from spirit. I didn't have to, you know, I didn't have to go back and put my reading back up or say anything or say, see, this is, or compare. I didn't have to even respond on her page. Didn't need to do none of that. I'm just like, yeah, you exposed yourself. You showed your cards. You really showed your hand on how untapped in you are. Because what I was saying in that reading, right? What I was saying in that reading, I told her that one, you have spiritual psychosis going on, and I really don't even like to do, like, this is why I do private readings for people when it's pertaining to people. But these same people that was sending all this dark energy, black magic towards me and trying to harvest, right? Trying to harvest vampire energy, a lot of vampire energy, a lot of fucking vampire energy, right? And these people that was trying to bite me or whatnot, I didn't, I was really trying to, at first I was trying to help them. At first, these are the same people I was trying to help before anything. And so spirit knows what my intention was from the very beginning. They know what my intention was. Not, well, you know what? I ain't gonna say that. I was trying to help them. Okay. And they knew what my intention was. When Bree did the fake reading on me, all she did was come on my page, just like I'm doing this, right? Just like I'm talking right here. All she did was go on to one of my lives, take notes on what I said, and say that shit in the reading. I say this and I say, and then this is the other thing too. These same practitioners, right? These same practitioners, they don't show their cards. They barely show their face. None of that. All of that. That's because you will recognize black magic on them. You will recognize destiny, you know, the harvest coming out of their eyes and their sockets and shit like that. You will recognize all that stuff. These people don't show their faces. All right. And so I was like, all right, divine, how am I going to do this? I was going off on them, y'all. I was going off on them. And then spirit just was like, no, that's not what we're doing. I was like, I'm going to put them on my altar. I'm going to, you know, and y'all, I only have 1, 2, 3. I only have 3 altars, right? I have a divine mother altar. I have a God altar, a goddess altar, and then I have my ancestor altar. Nobody goes on my altar. Nobody goes on my altar. Okay, nobody. I have community work that goes on my altar, but like individual people and stuff like that. And so spirit had checked me, like, girl, you gonna put who on your altar? Who you putting up here with us? Do they deserve to be up here? So you gonna put a dark energy up here with the divine mother. Do they deserve to be up here? And I was like, you know what? You right, spirit. You right. But I was going off in my videos and stuff, right? And so the same God that came to me when I was going to leave my husband, right? The same one that came to me, Balamuki. She was like, I got this. Y'all, I can't make it up. She was like, I got this. I'm going to paralyze your enemies. I'm going to shut it down. Okay? Quiet. They was quiet all the way up until I just came live, but I just know that they've been watching me and shit. They would have never. How you know I'm live if you ain't on my shit? You know? How you know I'm live? Y'all not subscribed to me. Y'all not on my page or anything like that. They know I'm live, right? So they watching, stalking. And it's so crazy because I'm going to tell y'all this right now. I'm going to tell y'all this right now. Like, in the midst of all of this that's happening. Oh, no, you know what? I'm going to mind my business when it comes to that. Matter of fact, I'm going to go ahead and say it. So when it come out and it happen, they know it came from here, right? This is how it works. Brittany, came from Cassandra. Stashi, mark my words when I say this. Cassandra and Brittany is probably watching your ass too now, right? They gonna start fucking with you and getting on your motherfucking nerves eventually as well too. I can almost guarantee 6 months to a year from now. 6 months to a year from now, Stashi gonna be calling them out as well too. She gonna be calling them out. She gonna be saying that they in her energy and all that. Because those are big, heavy energies that try to, they're distractions. They're distractions. They call flying monkeys. Okay? That's what they're called. They're called flying monkeys. Let me tell y'all what a flying monkey is, right? Tea cooking too. Tea. Okay, so it says a flying monkey spirit is not a standard term in religious or spiritual psychological literature, but it can carry the meaning of several contexts. Okay, I'm not going to read all that. So it says in metaphysical and spiritual communities, a spirit often refers to the energetic presence or archetype. A flying monkey spirit might symbolize a chaotic, mischievous, and manipulative energy, sometimes fast moving, hard to pin down, and potentially acting on behalf of someone else's will. It might also indicate a spirit of confusion, distraction, and drama used to derail clarity and peace. Okay. And then it says a literal spirit or entity resembling a flying monkey. So magical familiar or trickster spirit. Metaphorically, creature representing trickery, surveillance, obedience to a dark master. Okay. And that is exactly what they are. Them two people. Now, um, yes.
Marty's left the charger at part of it. Can I walk with him and get it?
Is it still gonna be there?
Nobody be a part of it.
Hold on one second. Hold on one second, y'all. right. So so yeah, so these people have the spirit of flying monkeys. Those two entities, they have the spirit of flying monkeys. So um I think that, you know, when it comes to Stashi, I think that um she never stopped watching Eva, you know. She was mad about her and all that stuff, and maybe she felt like she was in her energy or whatnot. And I know that people uses my image in a dream state or whatever. You know, destiny swapping, energy harvesting. Anybody that destiny swapped or energy harvest from me, they tried to use my spiritual ID to get into certain doors, get into certain realms, tap in with certain people or whatnot. So I wouldn't be surprised, you know, if Eva was using my spiritual ID. I wouldn't be surprised. She'll be caught eventually. That's between her, and it's up to them to do their work to recognize whether or not that's a good energy or that's not a good energy. That's up to the people that follow her, that, you know, that deal with her. It's up to them. Spirit knows everything. And also I do know that that woman is facing a lot of karma for what she done to me. She's facing a lot of karma for what she done to me. Okay? What kind of karma? It's not my business. It's not my business. What happens to anybody that has done anything to me? It's not my business. It's not my business. God told me to turn it over to the Divine Mother, and that's exactly what I did. I gave it right over to her, and I was like, here, you know, and I walked away. I walked away from it. I absolutely walked away from it. Even these people right here, I absolutely walked away from them. These monkeys and stuff. This, you know, and the thing is, I was very disappointed. I was like most disappointed. I don't know which one I was most. I guess I was most disappointed in Cassandra, because I wouldn't say that I knew her, but I just I just always feel like, you know, anybody that's under the Divine Mother, I just hold them to a different regard. I hold them to a different regard. And so I expected better from her. But, it's a lot of people out there that be like they the daughter of Cali, and they don't be. Okay? It's a lot of fakers and pretenders out there that don't really do anything, you know. These people talked about me practicing Hinduism and all that stuff, and they talking about they love the Divine Mother Cali. They loved her all the way up until they was like, oh yeah, she really a daughter of Cali. She really around here doing these mantras, you know. And now they separate themselves from Cali Mind. They separate themselves because I'm true on the path, you know. So real recognize real or whatnot. That's what it is. Real recognize real. And so I was disappointed in her, but I was like, well, she just gonna have to get hit with these mantras too. So I gave her the mantras. I gave her the mantras. She wanted to be a part of the monkey community, and I let her be in it. And she took the word when I said that they were spiritual monkeys, right? She took that, and she started saying that I was racist, that I had, something against black people, dark skinned people, and something against black women, big women, whatever, and she started attacking my collective as well, too. And I'm just like, I'm so disappointed in you. I'm so disappointed in you. The more and more she talked and spoke, the more I was like, you know what? At some point, I have to stop being disappointed in you and just release you completely out of the energy. So completely out of the energy. I blocked them. I gave them over to the Divine Mother. I put my sutra on. And so these are the things that has helped me release any black magic that was sent towards me. And also with doing the chanting and the meditations and stuff, right? And still doing my spiritual work, it has I received answers on what I'm supposed to do. Before all of this happened, before all of this happened, before Eva, right? For this online stuff. Y'all know I said I started my sacred woman journey, right? And the sacred woman journey is more of a Yarbo tradition, right? It goes with Oshun and it goes with the Ifa, more of the Ifa practice, right? And when I was doing that, when I was doing that line of work, every teacher that I was under, every single teacher that I have been under, every I'm always told, like, you know, you got spirits around you. And I'm like, yeah. They be like, you got a ton of, and then when I say spirits, I mean like ancestors. They be like, you got a ton of ancestors around you. And I'm like, I know, you know, I know. Not saying that like I'm big or I'm cocky or anything like that, because sometimes I don't even, you know, they be here. They be here. They're here right now, right? Um, Sometimes they just sitting and they just, you know, listening and watching. And I just be like, let me handle it. You know, like, let me handle it. And they be like, all right, call me when you need help. That's like some incense. So they be like, call me when you need help. And so these are the things that, so let's run through it, okay? Let's run through it. Let's go back to the thing. These are the things that have helped me clear out spiritual psychosis, clear out black magic, destiny swapping, harvesting, and build a divine protection shield, right? So chanting Durga mantras, Doom Durgaye Namaha, chanting Kali mantras, Clean Kali Kaye Namaha, and then to keep the light around me, right? Doom Durgaye Mother Meera. That's the one I didn't mention before. Doom Durgaye Mother Meera. Doom Durgaye Mother Meera. Right? Actually I said that wrong. I'm sorry. Doom Durgaye Namo Mother Meera. Doom Durgaye Namo Mother Meera. Doom Durgaye Namo Mother Meera. That is protection and a divine light. Baby, the calmness, the peace, the pain, the relief, the clarity that you receive. You can get you a sutra. I'm also going to have sutras. So if you're interested in getting a sutra, I don't care who you are, right? I don't care who you are. If you're interested in getting a sutra that has been concentrated in ashes, okay? I have meditated over the sutras. I've invoked them with the Divine Mother's essence. All right. I do my mantras over the sutras. I do mantras, not my mantras. I do mantras over the sutras, the Divine Mother mantras. You can get you a sutra. The Radashka beads, I ordered these off of they have them on Amazon. I have these off of Amazon. One of these. These right here, these are 5-face, right? These are 5-face. I ordered these off of Amazon, but these are a 9-face. Okay. The 9-face is for Durga. I didn't get these off of Amazon. I didn't get these off of Amazon. I'll put the link on my page And under this video, I'll put the link for these, and I'll also put the link for the 5-face. Anybody can wear the 5-face. I would really tap in with Mother Durga if you're going to get the 9-face, okay? And then I also have them, I have one individual seeds because these were a little bit more pricey. Okay, so I didn't get these in a mala. These are a little bit more pricey. I also got them off the same place that I got the 9-face off of as well. All right, I'll go ahead and put those on so I don't have to sit them back down where they were. They were sitting on my black tourmaline, which is also something that, you know, I started really just like cleansing I always cleanse my crystals, but I really started using my crystals to go back to do my healing work. It's so crazy. I just seen this cat move. I seen the cat move. I don't know if it really moved, but I seen it move. Okay. Might have just been the smoke or something like that. But I started using my tools back the way that I was using my tools before, you know, the stuff happened with baby. You in there? Why the door open? Huh? Oh. You coming? No, I thought the back door was open. So I started back using my tools the way that they're supposed to be used and the way it was before all of the stuff was happening with Eva. Okay, I call my energy back too. I call my energy back, right? I call my energy back. I cleansed it. When you get your energy back from a reader, a harvester, a destiny swapper, you got to make sure that you cleanse the energy. You can't just call your energy back and then put it back into you, right? And you center it and you ground it and stuff like that. You have to cleanse it. It's like taking your spiritual eyeball out, placing it into something. Contacts. That's what it remind me of. Contacts. You know, somebody, you get a pair of contacts, you got to make sure that the contact is cleansed before you put it into your eyeballs, or you're going to get an eye infection. Period. You're going to get an eye infection. So I actually like cleanse my energy and have been cleansing my energy. And then you also need to know, this is something that I feel like I really have to share about you calling your energy back. You're not going to be in the spot or the position that the person that stole it from. You're not going to be in that spot. Okay? That's another form of destiny swapping and harvesting and stuff like that. When you think that you're going to be in the same spot that the person that stole it from is. All right? You need to know that you have to start working with your own energy, and you have to start where you left off at. You have to start where you left off at. And this is just like truth and honesty here. Truth and honesty. So I'm starting where I left off at. Years ago, I had oils on my altars. I had invoked Kaliman into oils, ouds, and all that stuff. When I was working, you know, not working, when I was doing occult college, I had, you know, did all of that. And then I stopped. Okay? I stopped. It wasn't just her that was harvesting my energy. It was teachers. It was teachers too. Okay? Teachers get students. They get students and they see that you know, they see that their students are very talented, very gifted and talented. Very talented, very gifted, very in tune, very tapped in. And they'll be like, oh yeah, I want, you know, they try to take credit for what you already know, what was passed down from the ancestors, from the spirit round and stuff like that. They want to have credit for that. Like, oh, I taught them everything that they know and stuff like that. Kaliman has been in my family for generations. The Urzuli Dantur has been in my family for generations. Okay. Lots of divine mothers. Even the card that I pulled today, I pulled an ancestor card. Mother God. Mother God. This is the ATR religion. This whole book is the ATR religion. This is, it's African tradition religions only in this book. But this is Mother God. This is a form of Kali Ma. This is a form of the Divine Mother, the Shakti energy. Mother God, come on. Like, it was like she's the mother of all gods. She is top notch. The mother of all God is a manifested, I forgot what they call it. It start with a P. I wish my Hindu guy was on here listening, okay? But I don't know what time it is, and it's pretty early. It's probably like 3-4 o'clock in the morning there. But he would be able to tell me. Meaning that, you know, Shakti is born, was just created. She created Shiva. She created Krishna and Brahma. Well, actually, Shiva is also of this divine aspect as well, and so is Vishnu, right? Krishna is a avatar of Vishnu, an incarnation of Vishnu. So, not Krishna, but Vishnu, and then Brahma, right? But this is the divine mother of all of them, and this is in the Yarbrough practice. So, and this comes from the book of Ashes. So, this just tells you, like, the divine mother has been in our family for a very long time. It might look different to different people, but it's the same thing. It's the same thing. So, yeah. All right. So, chanting these mantras 108 times daily. 108 times. All right. Chanting. This is a mala. Both of these are malas of 108 seeds. All right. This is the guru. So y'all hear me say my guru or whatnot. My guru is Kali Ma. That's my guru. All right. There's no other person that's out here, no physical form of a person that's out here that I am being guided towards or being guided under or anything like that. My guru is Kali Ma. Period. That's my guru. My Ishta Devata is my Durga. All right. And that's it. So this is the guru bead right here. When you're counting and you're doing your malas and stuff, you're never touching the guru. All right. The guru is to remain untouched. So you're going through and you're talking. All right. You're chanting. And I did that so much while these last couple months or whatnot. I've been doing that these last couple weeks. I've been saying my mantras. Even I went live a couple times saying my mantras. And I'm gonna go live after I finish this too. I'm gonna go live and I'm going to do the mantras for you guys. But doing the mantras in my home, throughout my house, and clearing the frequency has really eliminated these people out of my energy. Have really eliminated these people out of my energy, where I don't feel called to respond to them, to get distracted, get off my path, or anything like that. It's just been so peaceful. It's been so peaceful, and the more that I remain in peace, the more I'm able to create, which is getting back to the very beginning. Okay, which is getting back to the very beginning. There was the distraction, and it was spiritual warfare. And they're also under attack as well too. I don't know who's attacking them because it ain't my business, but they're under attack as well too. A lot of them is. Look, a lot of them that come up against us, whether it be in our families, whether it be in our friendships, in our love life. Those people be under attack as well. But if they don't want your help, you cannot help them. All you can do is lead by example and show up as a leader and show up as a as an example on how to break the spell work. And that's it. That's it. So, all right. If you feel spiritually attacked, blocked, or targeted by unseen forces, I suggest that y'all start doing y'all mantras. I really suggest that y'all start doing mantras. Okay. I know that there are fear mongering amongst the community, a lot of fear mongering amongst the community where it's like, well, you got to follow me, or you got to listen to me, or you got to book with me or work with me and listen to my tarot readings and stuff like that. I don't know what to say about that. I don't know what to say about that. As the fear comes and it leaves. The joy comes and it leaves. Okay? So our job is to look, do we got to do that? We don't even have Apollo no more. Cause AC, you gonna eat some bread? AC, you so cute. So yeah. That is that. That is that. Okay. So this content that I provided right here, it is protected under the Divine Mother. Nobody is to reuse it. If you reuse my content, you will be seen by the Divine Mother, and that's on you. Yeah. Oh, maybe not. Sire. Oh, okay. You finished, babe? You finished?
What?
Cooking.
You hungry?
Boy, you look, y'all about to go.
You want rice, corn?
Yeah, a little bit. Little rice. He want a little rice.
No, I don't want any rice. No, I don't like rice.
Catch them while they're in the kitchen too. See if they want to play.
Fix that own plate.
Oh man,
Teenage boys, no plate.
I'm not fixing no teenage boys no plate.
Come do it.
My son, I mean, I'm talking about my son. My husband always talk about me because I be fixing everybody plate. I'm like, I'll fix your plate. He like, I'll come make my own plate. I'll make everybody plate. Nas, put that duster down, babe. Y'all want some food?
After I get in the shower.
Not right now.
Okay.
You about to take a shower.
Okay. Don't sit on your bed with them dirty clothes on.
Alright, my sheets in the washer.
There's other sheets in there though, sire. All right. So being devoted, my devotion to the Divine Mother has literally saved me, and no darkness can touch me now. That's how I feel. No darkness can touch me. I'm not feeling anything. If anybody's sending, talking, saying anything, I'm not feeling none of that. I'm not feeling called to respond. I feel very rested. And these are things that, you know, when you're under spiritual attack, under spiritual warfare. Nas, close that kitchen door.
Can I?
Thank you.
Is that enough?
Yeah. Wait, Dad.
Hmm?
You gave me a fork with corn and rice.
It's just fun. I got
Oh, that's
myself a
fun.
fork.
Y'all so cute. So yeah. Um so another thing too, right? That had happened when I was under like black magic attacks. I lost weight. I cut my hair. Um yeah, I lost weight. I cut my hair. I wanted to isolate myself from people, you know, and not not like recent attacks, but like I'm talking about in general, all general all attacks, right? That have been sent towards me. I felt suicidal. I have felt like I was going to snap. It's so crazy. Let me tell y'all about this one story. I just talked about this to my son, right? I had did a spiritual cleanse on my house, right? I went and I had booked the U-Haul. I booked the U-Haul and I emptied out my house. This is after my son passed away because I had a lot of spirits in my house, right? A lot of ancestors that showed up because I was like, oh, okay, yeah, I'm done. I'm not doing no mediumships. I'm not doing no spiritual practices. I was like, I'm not even about to pray. I was so angry and upset, right? Because um I knew that it was death magic that was sent to me, right? I knew that it was death magic that was sent to me. I told y'all that before I had got married, I had that moment with the Divine Mother Balamuki and she showed me things, right? And I seen 3 people pass away. Uh I actually thought I was gonna pass away. I was like, "Girl, let me go get me some insurance so the kids can be set. Like, let me start writing down everything. Let me get them directions. I wrote out my whole funeral. I wrote out my whole funeral and everything. Okay. I got a checklist. I got all that, right? And so I had I had did a spiritual cleanse on my house, right? Which is something that I do for other people in my ghost busting practice, right? When I cleansed out people's house. I was like, oh, now it's a lot of ancestors around, right? It's a lot of ancestors around, and it's a lot of spirits talking to me, and they telling me like, stay focused, like, like your son, y'all, you didn't lose him. Remember, you're a medium. You can still talk to him, and I'm like, that's different. It's different. It's different. I'm hurt, and I'm just like, so y'all really gonna let this woman do black magic on me? Like she booked a practitioner and all that stuff. All this stuff was confirmed in a reading as well too. Now I'm not putting any of this online because whenever I do practices on myself, like whenever I analyze myself, I don't put my information out there. I'm not ever talking about me in a reading. Don't nobody know what's going on or anything like that. Right? So I'm not doing none of that. So these people can't go online and say this is a reading on her. They just can't do that. They ain't doing that. This reader had confirmed some stuff that was done. Right? She had confirmed some stuff that was done. And my spirit guide had gave her directions to let me know how to cleanse my house, and exactly what she had told me is how I do a banishing spell when I see an entity in somebody else's house. And I'm just like, you know what, you're right. I need to clear away, because I ain't even gonna lie, I also wanted my ancestors gone too. I'm like, shit, I don't want my good spirits here either. I don't want them around me. I'm saying my good spirits, but I was like, I don't want them around me. I was very upset. And so one thing that I'll do is I use like a holy water that I made up. I use a holy water. It has rue and it has some other things in it too, right? But it is prayed over at my altar. And so, but you have to clear the walls. Like, let's say it's a mirror on the wall or it's pictures on the walls or anything like that. You got to take all that down. So, and this is just another story, right, about black magic and stuff. And so I remember I was like, everybody got to take a spiritual bath. Okay, everybody got to take a spiritual bath, because the way that the practitioner has sent the spell work, the way that they had sent the spell work, it was going to hit. It was going to end up hitting my kids. I told you I seen 3 deaths. I had 3 kids. Okay, it was going to hit my kids until it got to me. All right, or until I took myself out, because at the time I was also having suicidal thoughts. Okay, and so it was going to hit everybody until it made me sick to be alive. And so I was like, all right, I need to clean this up. I gotta clean this up. I gotta banish this shit up out of here and stuff. And so I went, my husband was like, let's book a U-Haul and empty the house out and clean the house, right? It's crazy. I just heard something. And so we go get a U-Haul, and we don't take any of the big furniture out. We don't take none of the big furniture out. So not our beds and not our, living room and dining room set. We don't take none of that out. We don't take any dressers out. All of this stuff is heavy. So we don't take none of that stuff out. But we took out like the little stuff. And we moved all of the furniture to the middle of the room. And so, now mind y'all, it's my husband he's very intuitive. And he was, when a spirit tries to attach to him, he starts reading his Bible more, right? He started reading his Bible more, even though he read the Bible every morning, okay, front to back. And whenever he finished, he go back to the front and he start over. It's been like that for the last 10 years. It's been like that since we've been living here 11 years. But it's been like that I noticed for the last 10, 11 years he's been reading. And he say he been doing it way before he met me. But he read the Bible front to back, right? He got a real good understanding and memory of the Bible, okay?
Can I have some more?
Yeah. Let me go get him. Let me go cut him some sausage.
It was good. Good now?
Shake the hand. I don't know. Get you like, damn, I want to try this.
So y'all, we was cleaning up and stuff, right? And we cleansed the walls and everything. And so I'm like, okay, before we put the furniture back into the house, right? And we had what ended up happening was my apartment complex, right? They was like, we want to paint the walls too, right? They was like, oh, you cleaning out? Are you moving? And I was like, no, I'm not moving. Now they know my son had passed away too, so they was trying to do everything, and they like everything to. We are good. We are good tenants. We have been living here 11 years. We pay our rent on time, pay it in advance. Okay, we're very good at tenants. Nobody call on us. We don't call on nobody. We're very protected. We keep the whole community protected. And then the lady in the leasing office, I've done mad mediumships for her and her family. Mad. Every time somebody pass away, she always, calling me. Okay. So I've helped her, and they're Mexican, I believe. And so it's so crazy because she be like, how can you understand? I was like, they're not speaking Spanish. Spirit speaks in the language that the person that's channeling speaks. Okay, if you ever want to know that. Okay, so if you are a different language, it is in a different language, spirit speaks in the language of whoever the channel is. That's how spirit speaks. Okay, and so she was just trying to make sure that everything was okay. So she was like, let me, while y'all are moving everything um into the U-Haul, let me go ahead and upgrade your apartment, right? And so I'm like, oh, let me, because we had been living here, at that point we had been living here 9 years. And so I'm like, so this is year 11. This is 2 years ago. So they was like, let me upgrade your apartment. Now, y'all, I live in a brick apartment. I live in a brick apartment. It's brick inside. The walls are brick on the inside. Except like these walls. Except these walls. I'm not knocking, baby. These walls aren't brick. But the ones that's along the other way, they're brick. Where they need to be, they're brick. So each room has like a brick wall. And then in the kitchen is a brick wall. Outside is brick and everything too, right? All these apartments over here, they old. So they all made with brick. And so she was like, let me upgrade your apartment so we gonna paint. So the painters come. The painters come. And they was like, they got expensive furniture in there. We don't want to get anything on the furniture. And our furniture it's always been bulky. It's always been bulky. Our bed is bulky. It's tall, it's big. Dressers is bulky. The kids' room too. So they like, y'all need to move that too. So let's say that's Friday. It was like they gonna come back on Monday. So I was like, we gotta move the big furniture out. Everything that I was like, okay, if we gotta move the big furniture out, then we're gonna do a super cleanse. Over the weekend, everybody gonna take a spiritual bath. Everybody's gonna take a spiritual bath. We just gonna start fresh, right? And so, y'all, for the first time, I seen the entity of Preston Shine, right? I seen him for the first time. I seen him attached to Eva. I seen him attached to her, but I didn't see him like this. I didn't see him like this. I only knew where he was, and I knew that he was like under her table and stuff, like hiding. He would hide. And so, y'all, so my kids had did the spiritual bath. The kids did the spiritual bath first, right? And then I had told them, me and my husband had told them to stay in their room. After they did the bath, we get in our white, and I told them to stay in their room, and me and my husband was going to go through the house, and we was going to cleanse the house. When I tell y'all that my house was so empty that this spirit was, all they could jump on, because we had cleansed the walls and everything, it was either me or him. It was either me or him. Now, we both needed to do our baths, right? I seen the spirit. I had did my bath. I did my bath. And I was like, all right, you can do yours now. And my husband was like, I seen it in his demeanor. I seen it in his demeanor. Like, I seen the energy on him change. And he was like, I'm going to do it later. And I was like, nah, do it now. And he was like, I don't want to do it now. And his tone had changed and everything. This is so crazy. This is so crazy. And so I was like, you gotta do it now. And he was like, I'm gonna do it later. Why I gotta do it now? And he the one that told me we're gonna do it. So I was like, babe, I was like, I said, just be aware. There's an entity behind you. And he was like, ain't nothing behind me. I was like, yes, it is. It's behind you. And I'm about to throw this holy water on you. He was like, if you throw that holy water on me, I'm going to beat your ass. My husband don't talk like that. Okay? He do not talk like that. I was like, I'm about to throw this holy water on you. So what I did was, now he's sitting in the bathroom. He's sitting in the bathroom. He's on the toilet. And our bathroom is not that big, right? Our bathroom is not that big. And he's sitting on the toilet and I'm by the door. And I'm like, I'm contemplating. I'm like, I'm about to throw this holy water on this nigga. Like, I'm about to throw this holy water on this nigga. Because the bathroom was the only place that we hadn't cleansed. Because I was like, what we're gonna do is we're gonna do our spiritual bath. Like we're gonna cleanse it, right? And I felt the energy coming up off of me. I felt the energy coming up off me when I was doing the spiritual bath. But in between the spiritual bath and him getting ready to take his, I cleansed the bathroom down, right? I cleansed the bathroom down. He was in the bedroom. He was waiting to do his bath. You know, we had talked about it. We was both on point, okay? We both had to talk to the kids together. Because everything that I went through, me and him, we made a pact that we would stay spiritually in line with each other. Whether we break up or we stay together, we would stay spiritually in line with each other and we stay on the same page. We both understood that it was attack done. Because he said he listened to the reading that was done, you know, by the lady. He listened to the mumbo. You know, he listened to mumbo. I have been telling him, but it's different when somebody else say it that don't know you, right? And I was never open about these attacks being done on me because I felt embarrassed. I felt embarrassed, right? That somebody is attacking me for a man. You know, I felt about a twin flame. Like that shit is hella weak to me about some tarot or about content and stuff like that. All that shit is weak. And I felt like I was talking crazy. It's weak. I never dealt with women like this. I never dealt with women like this. I've had women that have been jealous of me, that didn't like me, all of that. But this internet shit, this is something different. I was like, this shit is something different, right? I never experienced nothing like this in my life. Now I have, and I think I'm gonna be used to it. I think they're gonna come and they're gonna go. All right, I'm just gonna stay in alignment. I'm gonna stay practicing. They're gonna come and they're gonna go. They're gonna get the fuck on real quick. So I was like interesting. I'm hearing something, but so I'm like, baby, it's an entity behind you, right? And he was like, no, it's not. I'm like, T, just get in the bath. I was like, I cleansed the bathroom down. I said, but it's on you. It's on you. And he was like, no, it's not. I said, just get up, cut the light off, put the candle in front of you, and look in the mirror. He was like, I don't need to look in the mirror. He talking very dry and short to me, right? So I was like, all right. So I back up, right? I back up. I'm in the doorway. And I got the concoction, right? I got it in the little bowl. And you know, the spiritual bath consists of him pouring it into the no, this is not recent. This ain't recent. This is not recent. This is 2023. This is 2023. And so the spiritual baths that I make or whatnot, the you would pour it into the bath and you would say a prayer or whatnot. So I started saying the prayer. He was like, get out of here with that, Alexis. He was like, I don't feel like doing that. This stuff taking all day. I ain't think it was gonna take all day. You know, he talking all crazy or whatever the case is. And I'm just like, so now you change. I was like, we already discussed this. Me and you just put the kids in the room together. You just helped Nas get together. I just helped Sire get together. Like, what are you talking about? Like, we just discussed this. And he was like, nah. And he all going through his phone. He on the internet and stuff. And he was like, all this, I'm tired of all this spiritual stuff. Y'all, listen. My husband saying he tired of all this spiritual stuff is wild, because when I'm out of alignment, he be like, you need to pray. You need to chant. You need to do your mantras. We need to get back to doing our mantras. Why are we not doing the mantras? What time are we doing the mantras? Every night. This is him, right? So that just let me know that the entity had jumped on him that quick, right? They had jumped on him that quick. And the spiritual baths that I do, they clear real quick. They clear real quick. They be clearing when I'm putting the stuff together. They be clearing. You know, they be like, oh, here she come. With anytime I'm clearing somebody's house or I'm helping them unattach, get an entity off of them or anything like that, they know that I'm coming with a cleanse after that. I do these readings, I go take me a bath. No lie. All right? I ain't about to do these readings. I did them readings on them people. I had to cleanse so fucking bad. So quick, because I don't like dark energy just hovering around. To me, it's like you cooking chicken, raw chicken with your hands, and then you don't wash your hands. You go touching your face, you go touching your hands. That's what it really is. It's a bacteria building up if you don't go do a bath after you do these readings, and you know, after you be there invoke some shit or pull something up off somebody. You gotta go take a bath. So I'm like, T, man, you gonna make me act a fool up in here, right? So in our bathroom, the floor is slippery when it's slippery. Okay, so we have mats and stuff down, but we had made sure that we had. When I say the apartment was empty, I mean we didn't even have anything in the cabinets. We ain't had nothing. It was as if we was moving out. We was moving out. I had took all my altars down. The only thing that I had in this apartment, like when we put the kids in the room, they had a blanket and they had a pillow. Brand new blanket, brand new pillow. And only thing I had in this apartment was shit, rue, hyssop, the holy water, the holy oils that I make, and a few herbs, incense, candles. That's it. Couple candles, right? That's it. That's all we had. We didn't have nothing else in this apartment. We didn't have nothing. No plants, no water bottle. Well, we had some water bottles, but we was sleeping on the floor. Okay? They said we needed to clean it out. We needed to clean it out. Y'all, I took that bath and I was like, fuck it. I just threw it on them. Actually, before I threw it on him, the spirit peeked out from behind him and said, Nan and a boo boo. It was so childish to me. It was so childish. I could not make it up. It said, Nan Nana Boo Boo. Not anything else. It said, Nan Nana Boo Boo. And I just was like, that's when I threw it on him. Like, bitch, please. He jumped at me, right? And I stepped back. I was like, calm down. Let's pray. I started saying a prayer that I do when I'm cleansing, right? When I'm cleansing the energy, banishing entities away. I started doing the prayer. And he started crying. He had started crying. And he was like, I'm so sorry. Like, I don't know what. He was saying a whole bunch of stuff, but he started crying, and I knew that the spirit was getting off of him. And that night I was mad because he was saying a whole bunch of stuff prior to. He was saying a whole bunch of things that would normally hurt my feelings, and that is another way that you know that people have attachments on them or entities attached to them, if they're saying things that, if your loved ones are saying things that to hurt you, right? You have to see beyond that. Okay? The entity wants to separate you from your loved ones. They want to separate you from your loved ones. So your loved ones will start saying things that hurt you. Okay? They'll start saying things that hurt your feelings. They'll start talking in a high pitched tone and yelling at you and just very, calculated and defensive and, shit that I just got to get this out and da 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 da. And I just was like, fuck that. Boop. I threw it on him. And yeah, we're still married to this day. I was like, I banished that spirit up out of there. And then for the next couple of days, he just kept apologizing and we was talking about it, and he asked me what did the spirit look like, and I was like, it looked like it was dark skinned. They had a skinny head and they looked like a person, but I knew it was a deceased person. And I recognized the spirit because I had seen it on Eva. I had seen it on Eva. She used to do a reading. She used to do her readings in front of a scary mirror, right? Which is a black mirror. And she used to do her readings in front of the mirror, like her table technically that she would be at. And this is when she wasn't showing her face. And in one of the readings, I looked into the table that she was doing. I wasn't listening to what she was saying, so I can't tell y'all what reading it was or anything like that. But I looked into the table and I remember taking a screenshot, and I was like, there go the entity right there. That's how you know when people doing mirror magic and stuff like that. So a lot of these practitioners, they don't show their face because somebody that's like me will see an entity that they're working with, ones that's telling them things in their ear to like they're getting guidance from a dark energy and stuff. And so hey, 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 sire. Now, the other thing that I want to talk about, and this probably be the last thing. Shirt. You need a shirt on. Did is it towels and stuff in there?
Yeah, I gave him a towel in the washcloth.
Okay. And it's liquid soap in there?
No, I got bar soap.
You have liquid soap too. It's Dove. I gave it all to you before you had. Yes. It should be. No, it was in the bathroom when you left. You left it on the counter, so I think I put it up under the sink or in the cabinet. Did you see it? Okay. Y'all got it? Okay. So another thing too that, now we're not talking about these people, right? So I had went to a hold on a second. Wow. It said, this goddess had waited 107 lifetimes. It's so crazy because I'm actually on my 108th lifetime. Like I've been here 108 times. All right. So anywho, I'm a very old soul. Very old soul. Um, Another time that, not black magic, but dark energy. I don't know if this is a form of black magic or whatnot. I wouldn't say it's a form of black magic, but it is so annoying. It's very annoying when when this happens. So I have went to a store. I have went to this and I talked about this before too. I went to this store out here. It's a they call it a Salem, right? And I went looking for some Prude, Poud, which is like grinded herbs, and it's kind of grinded up to ashes. So it's in the line of African traditional religions and stuff, right? So I had went looking for a Prude that I had needed for a class that I was taking. Okay, and I went to this place that is supposed to be it was supposed to be a voodoo store, right? But when I went in there, it was a lot of um what's her name? What is this lady name? What is this lady name? Santa Marta. That's her name. I didn't even have to look it up, okay? Santa Marta. It was a lot of Santa Marta things in there, right? Which is a pantheon. A lot of Catholics go under Santa Marta, right? A lot of people that are into the saints, they really go towards Santa Marta, okay? Um, and so it's so crazy. My Ursula Dontour statue looked like she just started looking at me, okay? And that's where I got my Ursula Dontour statue from. I heard her talking to me and telling me, get me up out of here. So at first I left her in there because I asked the guy, I said, can I buy this statue? And he told me no, right? And he told me that the ingredient that I was looking for, that this other store may have it. So I went over there and when I went in there, the lady was like, she don't speak English or whatever the case is, right? And so I was like, okay. But when I was leaving out, so I looked around the store, and when I was leaving out, she said something, right? She said something. Now, I don't understand other languages, but I do understand curse words, okay? Curse words and profanity. Two different things. Curse words and profanity. I understand those. And if for some reason I could feel the energy too, and I understand that. So she said something when I was leaving out the door. So when I got to the car, I did a prayer, and I was like, I rebuke any energy sent towards me. Like, absolutely not, right? I'm not even returning it back to sender because I'm not doing that. I don't know this lady. That lady don't know me. I just rebuke all energy that I may have picked up, wash it away, whatever the case is, right? So I went back to the Asylum store that I was at, right? I went back over there, and I was like, you know what? I'm going to get what I need out of here because they had majority of the stuff, but I was like, I'll wait till I get to Haiti to get everything else. I'll just wait till I get to Haiti. All right. Skip all that. I'm not even about to look for it in the United States. It's overpriced and everything too. Right. I spent like $2. I spent like $2 in Haiti, and here they taxing $40, $50, $60. I was like, I just wait till I get to Haiti. Right. I was like, whatever it is, I'm gonna just study. I'm gonna make sure I'm gonna have it down pack. I'm gonna make me a list. Okay, in Creole, I'm gonna make me a list. I'm gonna hand it to the people that's with Mumbo, and they gonna go get everything I need. And they got everything I need, and I gave them $2. $2. Okay, two US dollars. So, anywho, that night that I had got this statue, that I had got my Ursula Dontour statue, and now when I go back to the store, I was like, I was trying to buy a piano out of there, I was like, I want to buy this piano because I want to send it to my sister. My sister played the piano. He was like, I can't sell you this. When I asked about the piano, he was like, you could buy the statue. And I was like, for real? He was like, yeah. He was like, I usually don't let anybody, apparently it was his altar. It was the altar. He was like, I usually don't let anybody take anything off my altar, or I don't sell anything on my altar. He was like, but the statue spoke to me. And the statue spoke to me too. So I knew he wasn't lying. I was like, all right. And she been with me ever since. Look, she been with me ever since. And that night, right? So where I used to have her set up was an altar that I had in my bedroom, right? And no, it's not a good idea to put an altar in your bedroom. It's not a good idea to put an altar in your bedroom. It's not a good idea to put an altar in your bedroom. But it was the only place. So Ursula Dantor, and Ursula Frida, they don't like to be on the altar with anybody else. And that was another thing that spoke to me in the store. He had like 3 Santa Marta statues surrounding Ursula Dantor. She was irritated with that, okay? And I guess he was like, okay, well, this is her daughter. And every good practitioner that I've came across instantly recognized that I am the Divine Mother's daughter. Instantly, okay? And that I have Oguns around me, all right? Instantly. And so my family have Ursula Dantor. She's a protector over our family. My sister too. Okay? My sister too. And so that night I felt something bite me, right? I felt something bite me. I flipped that blanket off of me. I felt that blanket off of me. Because I had forgot that I even had went to that store and everything. I forgot that I went to that store and everything. I felt something bite me. And y'all, I pulled it back. I'm like, oh no. I went straight to what the problem. I felt it bite my leg. I went straight to what the problem was. And I was like, oh, hell no. And I was like, my husband was like, is that he was like, is that a bed bug? And I was like, it can't be no bed bug. And so when we put it inside of Google, you know, because you could take a picture of a bug and put it inside of Google. You can take a picture of a plant too and put it inside of Google if you want to know the name of it. Okay? You gonna sit down? You gonna sit down? Yeah. Y'all, this is Ace. Okay? So I had put it in there and it was like, it's a, I forget what type of bug it was, but I was like, absolutely fucking not. So this is another trick of dark entities. They like to send fleas and ticks and bed bugs and stuff like that. Now, there's 2 different things that came up when I was like, I'm gonna talk about this. All right, I'm gonna talk about this too. Cause y'all, I got a little list. Y'all know I made this. I got this little list. So there's an entity that sends, because I experienced this with Raven too. You know, she worked with a fly deity. Entity. I don't want to say a deity, because no. All right. She worked with a fly entity, like a dark spirit that was under, you know, like a fly or something. I don't fucking know. All right. I don't know. I went through her page after we was no longer cool with each other. I went through her page and was crazy. And I ain't gonna say that. I went through her page and I seen what entity she was working with. I was like, oh, okay. So people that do like mirror magic and stuff like that, usually they're working under a dark entity, flying monkey. Okay, they're a flying monkey. What did the flying monkey thing says? It says a metaphysical creature representing trickster or surveillance or obedient to a dark master. Now, This lady didn't know me. She didn't know me, right? And I don't, it was a lot of shit that was going on at the time, especially when I was tapping in with voodoo. It was a lot of shit that was going on. That spirit was trying to make sure that I did not. They're like, it's okay to learn, but this ain't it. Okay. I have the spirit of Orumala, all right, which is the great diviner. I have a spirit of Orumala that I learn from. I have the spirit of Krishna that Krishna conscious that I tap in with. But spirit always be like, don't get distracted and don't get stuck. Move on. Don't get distracted, don't get stuck, and move on. A part of my path is so that I can help people. I install deities. And so a lot of deities come to me, and a lot of deity kids come to me. Now, y'all, a lot of people will say, and I, like I said, I don't want to blame anybody, because even now, right? Even now, people try to send dark energy towards me, and I might see a fly, or I might see a net or some shit like that, right? And I pay it no mind. I pay it no mind. I don't acknowledge it. I don't do any of that stuff. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. Because if you acknowledge it, then it doubles. It doubles. It goes somewhere, and it's like, okay, she knows that we're here, or she knows that she's being spied on, and we're going to send another surveillance in there, or whatever the case is. I don't. I kill it and I go on about my business. I'll be like, oh, okay. At work, when I'm at work, right, we get, it's so many dark spirits in the rehab, right? Okay. Okay. Sorry, guys. I was receiving a phone call. So, when I'm at work, we have so many like dark spirits in there and stuff. And because people are under the influence of drugs, alcohol, substance abuse, and all that different types of stuff, food abuse, all different types of stuff, right? And so we get flies and spies up in there from their thing, and they see me, okay? They see me. I'm a practitioner that works in a healing place. And so, like I told y'all the other day, yes, I do spell work. Okay? I do spell work. Anywhere I go, I do spell work, healing spell work. I'm breaking cycles. I'm trying to break curses on these people that are going to be coming to our place of business for whatever time, right? So I'm actively doing spell work all the time, trying to cleanse that energy. I'm praying over the food. I'm praying over the people. I'm praying in general over myself for protection, so that people heal. And so we get flies in there, but what they will say is Alexis is the number one fly swatter. I be killing the motherfucking flies like a motherfucker. I be killing the motherfucking flies like a motherfucker. They be like, psh, 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 psh. One of our doors had broke. One of our doors in the back had broke. And it's so crazy because I ain't gonna say all this. I ain't gonna say all this business right here. But one of the doors had broke. And I was like, oh yeah, motherfucking spies they gonna be spying like a mug, right? They gonna be spying like a mug, trying to see what I do, trying to see, how she trying to help, and da 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 da. So I started praying that the door get fixed. I started praying that the door get fixed. I was like, you know what, Divine, you know what, my arms is hurting. I'm in here swatting so many goddamn flies. And when our door opened, it was different because there's a fan that blows out. So the flies don't even make it past the fan. Normally they wouldn't make it past the fan. But the fan had broke too. So this is something that, being a Ghostbuster, being a person that, you know, is breaking black magic, not just on myself, but on my community as well too. Chat. I was like, I gotta ask for divine help. So what I started doing at work too is I started chanting at work. I already was doing that, but I was doing it for myself. I really was doing it for myself. And so Spirit told me to expand out, chant for the collective. And when I heard chant for the collective, I'm like, oh, okay, I'm gonna go live. I'm gonna do more live chanting. I'm gonna do more live chanting and stuff. So I was like, I'm a chant online. Y'all, when I started chanting online, I also started chanting out loud at work. They be like, what are you saying? I be like, my mantras. Like my mantras. They don't bother me. You know, they don't bother me. My job, they've been knowing me for years. They've been knowing me for years. Before I actually worked there, I volunteered there. I volunteered to like come over there. I got paid, but I got paid way more money than I get paid now. Way more money. All right. I volunteered over there, and then I seen that they needed help. They needed permanent help. So I was like, all right, I'll come work over there. And so it's good. The benefits are good. The benefits are good. The benefits are good, but they do be like, that's the voodoo lady. Which it don't, none of that bothers me. None of that bothers me. They be like, that's the voodoo, now I'm the hoodoo Hindu lady. They be like, girl, shit, Alexis, you feel any type of energy? Anybody come up in there like to work? They be like, did you feel any type of energy with them? Like, are they good people? You know, are we inviting them back? Because it's where you work it needs to be peace. It needs to be peace. It needs to be peace. And the only way you're gonna get peace is if you are peaceful yourself. That's the only way you're gonna get peace, if you are peaceful yourself. All right. So, all right, let's go back to the live so we don't. I mean, we're not distracted. We're actually this is going through. Okay. So, the other thing is you cannot defend your way out of shadow work. Okay. You cannot wait. So I explained spiritual psychosis versus spiritual protection as well. And then the second thing is not everyone is attacking you. That's what I wanted to say about the flies and the nets and stuff like that. Sometimes it don't be other people sending that energy. Sometimes it just be that you need to clean your motherfucking house. Okay? Sometimes it be that. Sometimes, you know, people there was this practitioner that had got exposed, not by me, but by somebody else, right? Um so listen, I'm gonna come back to what you said. I'm gonna comment on your comment, right? So there was this practitioner that she had got exposed by somebody, right? But I had her on my radar already. I had her on my radar. Um, and I've had this lady come on my page. Not the lady that got exposed. Not the lady that got exposed. Okay, not her. I actually been doing very well with not like spirit end up exposing people before they fake asses come in my presence, right? Spirit end up exposing them. What's wrong? Oh, this because I'm not rubbing him. He want me to keep rubbing him. Okay. So the so Essie, the practitioner that had came on and she had shared her story about her being under under a dark house of her spiritual teacher basically harvesting from her, right? Now, I had put her on my radar already because I was looking for a assistant. I was looking for an assistant, right? And I was hiring, paying $18 an hour, good money, okay? not for an assistant, but for somebody to help clean up. Like I have a lot of, I'm saying clean up, but I have a lot of spiritual things that I need typed up, right? And it's actually getting typed up right now as we speak. Okay. Um. So y'all, a lot more things are to come. Cause exactly what I'm talking about right now, this actually was typed up by somebody else. Okay. This was typed up by somebody else. But I have a lot of things that I want to share, right? And excuse me, I have a lot of things that I want to share, and I needed it to be typed up. So I had put out a, put out a little ad that I was hiring, and this lady was like, "Oh yeah, my So Essie was like, somebody had sent me to you or whatever. So anybody that I'm hiring, anybody that I'm working with, I'm gonna do a reading on them to make sure that our energies correlate. And so I really like Essie. I really like her. Her name is Conjuring Sunflower on here, right? I really like her. She's very sweet, um, big energy, big ball of light, and just very clear. All right. And she's not a spiritual thief. She's not none of that. Right. And she created a spiritual group. She created a spiritual group to help people that, that it just, that experiences all the shit that I'm talking about, all the stuff that she been through and other practitioners have been through, right? And to keep people in alignment and keep people connected. And it's called the Spiritual Sanctuary. And so I had wanted to hire her, but I was like, damn, somebody harvesting her energy, right? So I didn't want to hire her. I didn't hire her. And but I did speak to her and I told her, right? And I was like, you know, your in so many words, I was like, your energy being drained elsewhere. I was like, I want to hire you, but your energy is being drained elsewhere. And so I'm gonna have to pass. And she's a paralegal, and maybe she know the law. She do the protesting, she do all of that stuff. She's just very spiritually aware, right? And so the woman that was harvesting from her, I was like, I'm gonna put eyes on her, right? I'm gonna put eyes on her because I knew exactly who she was and all that shit. And I had unfollowed her when I seen what she was doing, because I don't read anybody. Like, I don't read anybody that I ain't supposed to read. So this person wanted to work with me, so I read the energy, and I was like, damn, somebody's harvesting her energy, right? And so I told her. At that point, I knew exactly who it was. I put spiritual eyes on the practitioner that was taken from her. I had already reached out to her prior to her coming to me wanting to be, her mentor. That's what she was. She was a mentor. I'm saying teacher, but she was a mentor. She was supposed to be Essie's mentor. And so I had already invited the lady. I forget what the fuck the name. Conjuring Chronicles. I think that's her name. Conjuring Chronicles. She do mirror magic too. To keep people from talking about her. A lot of them do. Okay, a lot of them that steal energy. They do veiling. They do dark veiling to keep people from talking about them. So yeah. Anywho, so I was like, I was like, damn, that lady dirty. I was like, she dirty as fuck. And the energy that was, because Essie is so clear and stuff, the energy that was stealing from her was so dirty. It was so dirty. And I remember this lady coming up in my timeline on Twitter. I remember her coming up on my timeline in Twitter, and she was talking about flies and nets. And she was like, somebody's trying to spiritually spy on me. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. I wasn't in this lady energy or nothing. Nothing. it wasn't my business, right? It wasn't my business. But I remember her talking about flies and all that stuff. And I remember this other, because Twitter is so messy. Twitter is so messy, right? So she put a tweet, and then this other lady who was subtweeting her, right? Because I just seen it. I seen it all playing out on the timeline. This other lady is like, you know, sometimes people just be spiritually dirty and they bring in their own flies and nets and shit. That shit was like back to back. Like, let's say she tweeted it at 7 o'clock. This girl tweeted at 7:05. I was like, oh yeah, they talking to each other. And I would just see it. So when somebody else end up exposing Conjuring Chronicles, when somebody end up exposing her, this girl chimed in all through it. She chimed in all through it. And I just was like, oh, okay. So y'all peep that. But, you know, sometimes when you're a dark practitioner and you dirty, you call in your own flies and nets and you know, bed bugs and ticks and all different types of stuff. If you have somebody that is doing dark work in your household, right? You're going to get bugs. You're going to get bugs. You're going to get bugs. All right? When they are consenting to being around dark energy, you lay down with you lay down with a dog, you're gonna wake up with fleas. There you go. That's the same. You lay down with a dog, you're gonna wake up with fleas. That goes the same as with spiritual work. You lay down with a dog, you're gonna wake up with fleas. So these people are dealing with ants, they dealing with, you know, fire ants, they dealing with hella mosquito bites, hella tick bites, hella nets, hella flies and shit like that. It sometimes it be because they be dark energies themselves. So you just gotta, you know, cleanse your house, people. Cleanse your house, okay? Cleanse your house. Constantly doing, you know, cleansing and stuff like that. I have a it's so crazy because I did a bottle ritual. I showed y'all the bottle ritual, right? On my YouTube, there's a long ass live. I'm gonna share it right now on my tab. It says do this now. There's a bottle ritual, right? And I just posted it on my community tab. This one right here. Okay? Where I tell you guys how to, you know, do a bottle ritual, cleanse up your house, cleanse up your space. I have my good old bottle sitting right here. Okay, it's been working wonderful. Okay, all dark entities. If I see a net fly by, I ignore it. I know it's going to the bottle. It's going to the bottle. I don't even know how the bitch got in the door, but you know, things slip in, and them bitches get caught right away. You ain't gonna hear me talk about it later. You ain't gonna hear me talk about it later. I seen it once. And that's, yeah. Anyway, I seen it once, but anyway, I ain't gonna see it again. And I don't have those problems. I don't see bugs through my house and stuff like that. I don't see bugs all through my house. That's not a problem. Not a problem. Okay, so get spiritually aligned with your own self as opposed to keep trying to do defense magic, return to senders, and you know, shit, because that shit could be backfiring back on you because technically the problem is in your house. Okay, the problem is in the house. It's not out the house. It's in the house. All right, so all right, and that was actually season 8 episode 21. I said I did 20 episodes. I think this was the last season, the last video for season 8. Okay, and it says spirit bottle walkthrough, cleanse and trap dark energies and clear your karma. Okay, so let me go back to my lesson plan. Look, let me go back to my lesson plan. So you can't defend your way out of shadow work. All right, you cannot defend your way out of shadow work. Shadow work must be done. When you are under spiritual attack and you are experiencing black magic or whatnot, you do shadow work to see why these people are attacking you and see why you are responding the way you're responding, to see why their shit is hitting you. I have read my Akashic record. I have done shadow work. Now, what is shadow work, right? Get you a white candle. Do not get any other candle than white. If the store don't have white candles, use a tea light. I don't have a tea light that ain't burnt up here. Use a tea light. A tea light is about this big. Okay? It's about this big. Use a tea light. You get a tea light candle. You get a glass of water. Okay? You get a glass of water. You get a candle. Y'all see my candle? I literally poured the wax. I poured it right onto my table. It's so crazy. That's because, you know, and I poured the wax on my table. The lights went out. All of this has happened all while we was live. Okay? Spirit just be talking. But the lights came right back on. Because they like, girl, keep talking. AC Pooh. Hey. You got down to go over there? You didn't want to be up here? So yeah, you get you a candle, go in the mirror in the bathroom, cut the light off, and you're gonna see the entities. Now, you do have to, you know, you pray beforehand and you pray afterwards. Don't get shook. If you start seeing little spirits and stuff, don't get shook. All right, the mirror is a portal. The mirror is a portal, but you can trap a spirit in a mirror. You can trap a spirit in a mirror. All right, that's another lesson for another day. Trapping spirits in mirrors. Okay. You can get a portable. You can get a handheld mirror. Put the spirit in the mirror and break the mirror. All right. So you know, back in the day, they told us that was bad luck and all that stuff or whatnot. That was to keep you from breaking the mirror, shattering the spirit in the mirror, trapping the spirit in the mirror. Okay. We shattering all spirits. 2025, all spirits is getting shattered. Shattered. Now, this is not trapping an actual physical person. This is entities. These are not people. You can't trap a person inside of a mirror. You cannot trap a human being inside of a mirror. Okay? So y'all can try y'all best to get me inside of a mirror and think that y'all gonna trap me in it. It's not gonna work. Y'all can try. You waste your time, waste your mirror, or whatever the case is. But, you know, don't try to do this to a person. Even with the bottle ritual. Do not do this to a person that you calling on so much bad karma, and then you wonder why your shit just go to trash. Okay? It might not happen right away, but it's gonna go to trash. Okay? Especially if the person that you're trying to trap into these bottles or these mirrors and stuff, especially if they're not fucking bothering you. For real. Okay? So, all right. Real protection includes your ancestors, not just candles and return to senders. Okay? Real protection includes your ancestors, not just candles and return to senders. Okay? My ancestors and my deities are locked in like this. My deities that I am actively working with, on a day-to-day, is the same ones that my ancestors worked with. Same ones. The very same ones. Okay? My grandmother was an Eastern Star, and my grandfather was a Mason. All right? Y'all listening? That's because these people, listen. Two things. If you have a jail record, you cannot be a Mason, a Freemason, or a Eastern Star. If you have a record, if you have a criminal record, all right. You can be a tarot reader, all right. If you have a criminal record, spiritual and physical, you can be a tarot reader. You can be a content creator. You can be an online practitioner. You can be a root worker. You can be a conjuring. You can be all that stuff. But people are putting so much dark energy towards a Freemason and a Eastern Star right now, because I know that they watch me and I know that they heard me say that my grandmother was, and then people go and steal from them and they go and steal from them. There's multiple tarot readers that be on my page, that be watching my stuff, and they don't know if they want to, you know, copy me, be my friend, go against me, right? Ever since I mentioned this, and this is why I do not watch tarot readings and stuff, right? This is why I do not watch tarot readings. So I don't know what they mentioned it now. But months ago, when I used to be watching, months ago, when I used to be watching, like, and when I say months ago, I mean at the beginning of the year. Whenever let me be clear. Let me be clear. Let's be clear. Four months ago. 4 months ago. I need to make that edit. Public. Save. Oh, okay. So 6 months ago, right? 6 months ago. Let me look at the date on this. I said 4 months ago, but January 19th. All right, January 19th. So at the beginning of this year, I did used to watch like certain readers stuff or whatever the case is. I used to like, I'm not mentioning no names because I'm not ever recommending none of these people, because I see them now, right? But at the beginning of this year, I was watching like maybe 3 or 4 tarot readers, different tarot readers. Not none of these people that not Stashi, not Cassandra, not Brittany, none of them. I wasn't watching them. Not Eva either. Okay, Eva, she was still stealing from me at the beginning of this year, right? So these people, they was on my page. They absolutely was on my page, right? They was on my page, but I wasn't on their page. I ain't pay them no mind, okay? It would for what? Okay, for what? They make careers, not Stashi, but the Brittany and what's her face? They make careers off of calling out people. So what's the point of watching them? So or they trying to make a career. Let me say they trying to make a career. So I've said this for the last year and a half, that my grandmother is an Eastern Star, right? Very proud of her being an Eastern Star. Very proud of her being an Eastern Star, okay? Y'all, she worked with me in the spirit too. Y'all don't know what an Eastern Star is. Stop talking about that. Stop. Y'all don't know what a Freemason really is. Stop talking about that. Like, these are closed practices that you have to not have a spiritual, you have to not have a spiritual record or a physical record in order to be initiated into them. So y'all saying that, they cults and they all of this and whatnot, people be jealous. People be jealous that they're not welcome into their group, or that they can't get into it, or they don't have any direct line to them right now, okay? If I wanted to go be an Eastern Star, I absolutely can go be an Eastern Star, okay? If I was, y'all wouldn't know, all right? So just chill. Just chill. Just chill with that, okay? Just chill with that. Let me look this up real quick. Let's see what Okay, so the Eastern Star was founded by Rob Morrison, noted a Freemason in 1850, affiliated with the Freemasons, though it is not through the Masonic Lodge itself. It is open to Master Masons and their female relatives, wives, daughters, mothers, sisters, and widows. Okay, some jurisdictions also allow women without Mason ties to join. Okay, not the ones that I know. They promote clarity, truth, and loving kindness, supports the community service, scholarships, and other philanthropical efforts. They are, so there's 5 point, they represent the 5 point of the star that is within the Bible, which is the daughter, the widow, the wife, the sister, and the mother. Okay. And it says each point also have a specific color and symbiotic memory, meaning emphasizing moral virtues. Okay. And most people that attack these Eastern stars, they don't have moral virtues, integrity, discernment, none of that. Okay. So, and it says, let me, oh, wait. So there's different chapters throughout, different cities. So my grandmother is a part of the Eastern Stars, and her chapter is in Georgia. Okay. And then my grandfather, he had a chapter in Georgia, also Michigan and Alabama. All right. So y'all use y'all ancestors to clear out these blocks and karmas, because my grandmother and my grandfather, and my husband also, my husband's family also is a part of the Freemasons and the Eastern Stars as well too. So we have it directly on our bloodline, and send my kids right on with it too. Okay, be mad. All right, but they actually help you tap in spiritually, so you can help and assist your community. All right. Um. So that's a part of doing shadow work, is learning who you are. All of that came up in shadow work. Like my grandmother has told me, my great grandmother has told me, because it's my great grandmother that it started with. Actually, my great great grandmother that it started with, on both sides. My grandmothers have told me, like, you have to tap in with our line of spiritual work in order to banish these people and this dark magic and this black magic. I've been live for a long time. In order to banish them up out of your energy, you have to tap in with our line of work. So I'm like, all right. So the last thing, actually, so shadow work is protection. You got to learn how to do it properly. I just told y'all, get a candle, call in your ancestors, say a prayer, get a candle, go in the mirror, lights out. To me, like, these lights are super bright. They're super bright. And when I turn them off, so much better. So much better. Matter of fact, let me turn it off. Oh, damn! I forgot to call my neighbor and tell her that the light was back on. I forgot all about that. That's because I was live. I told her I was, but should be high. It's super dark in here. Who is that? Nah, turn this little light on for me. I can't with the darkness right now. The lamp. Turn the lamp on, because the other one was just too bright. Do the one at the top. Can you reach it?
Where?
The other one. Okay, that's cool. Okay. So if you feel like you always at war with somebody, You could be avoiding your own um shadow work and your own wounds. Okay. If you feel like somebody is always attacking you or you always have to be defensive, you definitely could be avoiding your own wounds. Okay. Now, the final thing is I think that was the final thing. I think that was the final thing. So, the first thing is mantras. That's how I got rid of the black magic attacks, doing mantras, okay? Um Tapping in with Ma Kali, Ma Durga, and Mother Meera. All right? Those three right there are going to help you. If you only tap in with Ma Durga, you good. You good. So the mantra is Doom Durgaye Namaha. Matter of fact, let me put that in the there is, I'm gonna put the link. Y'all, I've been live for 4 hours. That's crazy. It's not crazy. This is usually how the lives go. I'm gonna put the playlist link. I'm gonna also turn on the comments for this video. I've been keeping the comments off. Yeah, I've been keeping the comments off. Just to protect what other people are saying. You know, like once we done, to protect other people, not because I ain't got anything to hide or anything like that, but people come and they say things and I don't want them, trying to do a reading on y'all and stuff, because I got stalkers. All right. And people lie. They lie. They look at the comments and stuff like that, So anywho, so yeah. All right. That mantra right there, Doom Durgaye Namaha, right? That has been very wonderful. It's been very helpful, super wonderful with getting people up out of the energy, okay? And revealing the truth and just kind of like putting a shield up. And it actually protects everybody around. So if you're in a house with people, if you're in the house with people and you're the only one that's chanting, it's gonna help them as well too. My ponytail just got tight. Look, my ponytail just got tight. It's time to let these down. What the hell is that? Oh, okay. I'm gonna have to tap on something else because I don't even like that picture. It's such a dark picture. On somebody's thumbnail that I saved for watch later is one of my little spiritual teachers that I be watching for Cali Ma and stuff. He's a son of Cali Ma. But anywho, so chanting, doing the mantras, getting the Radashka beads. These beads have to be cleansed and properly cleansed when wearing them because they absorb all negative energy. They absorb all negative energy, okay? Um you can cleanse them with butter, you can cleanse them butter, yes, cow butter, milk with honey, milk, honey, water, like holy water or whatnot is good. Do whatever your spirit calls you to do. Okay, you can cleanse them in smoke. I cleanse mine in cremation ashes and with mantras and with the glee with the ghee and the milk as well. Okay, so they need to be moisturized. They're seeds. They're seeds, so they need to be moisturized. Okay. Um, they're called Radashka beads. Let me go ahead and put the link for those also in my description. Ace, Ace, chill. Y'all need to check the community tab because I'm putting all of this under the community tab. They also have some on Etsy, but I'm not exactly sure of the ones from Etsy. And I know y'all heard of saying Guru before. He also has some, but his is very pricey. Very, very, very pricey. Very pricey. That very pricey. Even for a 5 face, super pricey. And I don't know why. A lot of stuff. Sam Guru is the bomb.com though. Okay, he's the bomb.com, but he's online.
me see. Is this the place? Nope. I gotta find the site. I'm not signed in on my iPad, so it definitely probably won't come up. Let me go to somebody messages. Ah, nope. Not signed in on my iPad, so messages definitely ain't populating. I'll go back and edit.
Chicken, like the chicken balls I got in there.
You say, can you warm them up? Oh, here we go, right here. Yeah, and this chicken sausages on the thing, so you can use, y'all can eat some of that rice, the corn, and the chicken sausages in those chicken balls. You know what? Let me just take Himalaya out. Bam. Here they go. This is the website. So you kind of want to do your research on which one you would need. All right. Which would better benefit you. I did a lot of research before I bought them. For Father's Day, I bought
You know where they at?
what, the chicken balls?
Yeah. Somebody eat them?
Dang, somebody probably ate them. Okay. Let me come back to the live and let me put it in the chat as well too. Okay. Yeah. All right. Okay. Now, final thing is the final thing is saying the mantras. Wait, saying the mantras, getting the beads, the protection stones or whatnot. If you don't want to have a mala, you can just get a seed. Okay, the seed is helpful too. I don't have a 5-face seed. Both of these are different faces. They're not 5-face. They're, you know, a little higher than that. Being who I am, and look, being who I am and how spirit communicates with me, I just felt called to, you know, like I said, I did a lot of research on which ones that I wanted, which ones I needed for the protection that I need. And ever since I started doing my mantras, wearing my seeds, and really like keeping my space cleansed, right? Keeping my energy cleansed, pure. After I get offline, no matter if I'm going off on somebody or I'm reading or whatever it is, I'm making sure that, huh? Yeah. I'm making sure that I cleanse the space around me. Like when I get off of this live, I'm I'm gonna sage. I'm gonna open up a window. I'm gonna sage. So I like to use dragon blood sage. If not, I pulled this out, but I haven't started using it yet. This is sage. I don't really like white sage like that, but it does the job. It does the job it needs to, right? I'm also using Palo Santos, okay? And then I use Colonia 1800, all right? And y'all see me, I use mad incense, like mad incense. So, I have Kali incense over there. I have Lord Shiva, which is the destroyer. I use mugwort, Sri Krishna, uh, Krishna is I use him a lot. Okay, I use him a lot. I got some new cards too, so I'm not going live no more tonight. And I'm gonna go do me a protective bath. I'm gonna do me a cleansing bath or whatnot tonight. Love you. And I have my oils, okay? The oils, I do not have, you know what? Let me not say that. I use a couple protective oils, but I like to make my oils myself. I really like to make my oils myself, but one oil that I do not make, two oils that I don't make is I have a Louisiana Van oil that I get from a local market. And then the other one is, so I have a couple Arteroot oils. Arteroot is a place that I recommend, right? I recommend. They have good energy, right? Good energy. I have a cleansing oil from them, but I learned this. Oh, you know what? Another practitioner that I do recommend, right? Because I told y'all once that I don't recommend, right? But a practitioner that I do recommend is Priestess Raw Aset. Okay, Priestess Raw Aset. Let me put a link to her page. Let me put a link to Priestess Raw Aset page. Okay, that's Priestess Raw Aset. That's one badass priestess, okay? She is a spirit. What she say she is? A spiritual kung fu fighter. All right. I have been following her. My sister, I believe, put me on her. Like as my sister always does. Look, she has 371 videos. That's my angel number, 371. Okay. She got more videos than that, but she got way more videos than that. She been on here since 2006. Okay. I'm pretty sure she's locked up a lot of her videos, okay? But that's one badass sister. She is the one that put me on jazzing up your oils and how to jazz. Like she go through it and everything. How to, make your own baths, cleansing baths and all that stuff. A lot. How to listen to spirits, how to hear spirits, how to tap in. A lot of recommendations on cleansing your energy and stuff just over the years. I haven't, I watched her recently if I catch her.
But you know, spirit be doing a lot of stuff where they keep you.
So,
Are you eating?
huh?
Are
Yeah,
you?
kids while I'm fixing my food.
So you good? You need anything else to eat?
No, man. I'm good.
You sure?
Yes, man. I'm really full of key.
Okay. Okay. Don't be over here starving.
I'm good. Good. Thank you.
Okay, you welcome. So
Y'all
so
come in?
she really, man.
Alright.
Huh?
Ooh, these cards feel good. All right. All right. These cards feel good. I'm loving it. Ooh. I like the way they feel. Yeah, I can't wait to cleanse these. And I like to go through each one of my cards when I first receive them to see what each card is. I want to be nicer in the readings, so I deadline. Okay. I want to be nicer in the reading, so I ordered some love cards, some love oracle cards. Look, I want to be nicer in the readings. So that's my intention is to do more Venus work. Okay, I have a Venus in Libra. I have a Libra Venus, so my intention is to tap in with my Venus energy. Okay, and do more love work. All right. Me and my man have a Venus Libra. A Venus Libra. All right. So we be around here, love it on each other. All right. And we have a Vedic Venus Libra, and Western astrology we both have a Scorpio Venus. It's wild. It's wild. We love each other deeply. We are deeply in love, and our our placements are very similar. Yeah, our placements are very similar. Y'all, I got some slippery M that I'm working with. You know, that's also another thing too, but that's another live for another live, okay? So, yeah, taking spiritual baths, doing salt baths, cleansing, mad Florida water if you can get it. You know, just start. Just start. Do something. Do something. Okay. Let me read what these comments was saying. Because I said I was gonna get back to her, okay? I said I was gonna get back to you. So you said that you think that somebody at your job is stealing your energy and your brother doesn't clean. You got to start somewhere. You got to start somewhere. You got to start. You got to start cleansing. All right. You got to start cleansing. If you around your brother, you in a house with your brother, and he don't clean up, you got to clean up. You clean it up. All right. Or if you don't want to clean up, move. Get from around them. People tell me I have karma all the time, but I'm not sure what they are talking about. Shadow work consists of getting rid of dark spirits attached to you. Shadow work consists of getting dark spirits attached to your generations, to you, to um all of that, clearing up karma and all that stuff. You could have karma passed down from bloodlines. You can have karma from your last lifetimes, past life karma, all of that stuff. Just because you die and get reincarnated, sometimes you don't know, your good and your bad karma transfers to a new body. Like our souls are the same. Our souls stay the same. I told y'all I have lived 108 lifetimes. My soul is the same. Okay. Um, what's wrong?
It's in her. This is Benadryl. What are telling all that?
You need socks on your feet. I told you that this morning. I heard you. That. That's good. Right there. Right here. You see that on there? Let's take a look on top of it. All right, I'm about to get off of this in a minute, and then I'm gonna go take a bath. I haven't. It has been a while that I've been on here, but this is my lesson. I'm doing my lesson. Okay. All right. So yeah. So mantra chanting, spiritual baths, getting spiritual materials, spiritual protection. If you are around, your brother, I wear my mallets at work. I wear my mallets at work. I cook, but I tuck everything into my shirt. Um, and I stopped wearing big earrings at work, okay? Because I cook and I don't need them complaining about other things. So I took all my spiritual defense. These is my spiritual swords. I tuck them all in at work. All of it gets tucked in at work, okay? So you need to put your spiritual, you got to protect your neck. Protect your neck. That's what baby, who sing that song? Protect your neck. Protect your neck. Wu-Tang.
Yeah.
Wu-Tang. They told y'all back then, protect your neck. Okay? So you have to have spiritual material on. All right, especially if you're gonna be around entities and stuff like that. Y'all, my bedtime alarm is going off. Now, another thing too, right? This is a bindu, right? It protects your third eye. People think that the third eye is like an eyeball in the middle of your head, and oh, my third eye is open, so I can see entities and stuff like that. By I told y'all during the Reiki session, I did a Reiki session earlier, that if after the Reiki session, I did a live too. I did a reading with the ancestors, and I told y'all that y'all can cover y'all third eye, cleanse it. It will help you get it'll help you see everything that's going on around you clear. And you can't just cleanse it one day. You gotta constantly do that. Okay, you can rub salt. If you feel like people are sending you black magic, hexing you and stuff like that, you can rub your chakras down with salt or magnesium. Okay, you can spray magnesium spray. This man got that TV loud. The TV is loud. You can spray magnesium spray. You can put Florida water on your chakras and cleanse them. Like, I'm about to go take me a mad salt bath because I know that the spirits have gotten irritated with my ass. Not the entities out there. Okay? So getting a sutra, which is a red thread, that is the Divine Mother. All right? Radashka beads. This particular bead, I'm gonna introduce this bead another day. I'll introduce this mala another day. Okay, this. You can hang one of these up outside your door and stuff. I have one on my door as well too. It's protection as well, but a different type of protection, baby. A different type of protection. I am surrounded by witches. All right. and it just keeps competitors it keeps you out of the competition. It keeps you out of the competition. Does it make you beyond the competition? No. Does it make you below the competition? No. But it keeps you out of the competition. I'm not in competition with anybody, with nobody. Okay. I call my destiny back. I call my energy back, and I'm just doing my own thing. I'm doing my own thing. Y'all gonna see. Y'all seeing it. I'm doing my own thing. Okay. Um. So yeah. What else? I think that's it. I think that's it. I think that's it. I think I gave a lot of information. Y'all know this video is going to be private for a little while, just so I can go through and put timestamps on it. It'll be private maybe until Tuesday. All right. It's no big deal right now. Hopefully y'all was taking notes. Hopefully y'all was taking notes. If anything, take a screenshot of this right now. And it is gonna be private until I can put timestamps on it, and then I'll open it back up. All videos that's on my page is going to be open. They're going to be open. They're not going to be private. Okay. I'm not running or hiding from anybody, and so y'all know I don't care. All right. So I love you guys, and I thank the Divine Mother. All right. Actually, I'm going to go through and do the mantras. I'm going to do the mantras. I'm going to finish this video up with a Durga mantra. Nas, can you cut that TV down in the room real quick? That's too loud.
I thought you were about to get off the line.
I'm about to do mantras, and then I'm going to get off. Don't play with me.
What? How am I playing with you? You said you were getting off the line 7 hours ago.
Be quiet. I didn't say that.
Why are they in the living room? Why are the weights in the living room?
Your daddy be on the couch like.
I could live one.
I be standing up. I don't be on the couch.
Oh. Like, what's that? What was that, Baby Boy? When he was lifting the weight, the dad was lifting the weight. Okay, nice. That's enough. Go put some socks on your feet before you drop that on your feet. Put that down. Come on. See, if you had socks on your feet, I wouldn't be saying that. All right, don't forget we're not touching the guru bead or whatnot. All right. So y'all can sit quietly, relax, center your energy. Give me 1 second. If you don't have Cali Bond incense, you can use Dragon Blood. All right, my neighbor had texted me like 5 times.
put my Cali oil on. Okay. Ah, 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 ah. You guys can't see, but I am going to focus on my yantra. Actually, you know what? Let me turn it this way. This is a Shri yantra. This is a Durga yantra right there as well too, but I'll turn it this way for the Shri yantra. So you guys can focus in on the Shri yantra if you like, right? Which is the deity in itself. Doom Durgaye Namaha. 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 Whew. Hey, thank you so much to the Divine Mother, Jama Kali, Jama Durga, bow to Sri Sai, may peace be with all. Jama Mother Meera, thank you so much. Thank you so much. All right, I love you guys. After you complete your mantras, you kind of want to sit in silence. I did say a silent prayer about removing black magic amongst the collective. Um, me, continue to cleanse me, to, remove any lingering energy, not allow anybody into my space, into my peace, minds or the collective. I did say a silent prayer over the collective. I hope that you guys are open to receive. And anything that is attached to you, I'm asking the Divine Mother to release it from you, as it is a burden and it is a lot to carry. Any other attachment other than our soul is a lot to carry. So I'm asking that the Divine Mother continues to remove these heavy, 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 heavy burdens. Okay. If you have not checked out my Reiki that I did earlier this morning, y'all please check that out. It's also in the community tab. It is posted under the live section. I am going to repost it under the videos so it's easier to get to. I have more live videos than I have uploaded videos. But check it out, and then check out the reading that was done, the messages from the ancestors. Okay, I love you guys. I will talk to you guys later, and I'm out. I'm sending y'all peace, love, and energy, and I hope that y'all have a wonderful night on purpose. Y'all go take y'all spiritual baths. If you don't have anything that I mentioned, I know y'all got some salt in y'all cabinets. Okay, get that salt that you know, the lady with the umbrella, whatever kind of salt, Walmart salt, Kroger salt, brand salt, whatever salt you have, Himalaya salt, pink salt, Celtic salt, any salt that you have, go ahead and take you a salt bath tonight. Okay, the energy was very heavy, very powerful, the things that I talked about. All right, so the spirit sees you guys, they know you guys, they recognize you, they know your higher selves, and that's why I will continue to share so that we can continue to come into alignment with our highest divine selves. Okay, we're never going to shut up over here. My candle just went click. Okay, so y'all remember, I have a truth spell going. If you are interested in doing any spiritual work, or you're wanting to book me for anything, reach out to me. I do suck at returning calls, but I give a lot of information on here where you can cleanse and clear the energies yourself. You do not have to pay anybody to do work for you. Okay, you don't have to pay anybody to do work for you. If it's on you, if it's attached to you, you can do it yourself. Do not let any practitioner trick you into any fearful mungling that they're the only ones that can banish some shit or whatever the case is. All right. If it's not as deep as an attachment being actually physically in your house, some things you can do yourself. A lot of things. But I'm telling y'all, that mantra that I just did, if you can't say it yourself, screen record that part that I was saying and play it loud in your house. Okay. I share multiple videos and playlists under my community tab that will help cleanse and clear entities and energies around you. All right. So we rebuke all attachments in the name of the Holy Spirit and the Divine Mother. Love you guys.